This is weird. I've got you to my right now on the, you know how the studio sits, the two computers, the two screens to the right. You're now on that one. They made changes yesterday. So now you're in the studio, which means the camera's closer so you can actually, people can see me now. But our computer's on the left. So I'm going to be like a damn defenseman on a power, shorthanded right now with the head on a swivel during the show.
Gotcha.
Oh, maybe. Okay. No. Actually. All right. No. There's a clock on this one too. So they're a couple seconds off, which explains a lot.
I'll tell you what, you guys. Coffin Ball, it was dynamic. Tell you what, you guys are ready to go. I mean, gold, silver, bronze within like 35 seconds. That's quick. I mean, Baby Jules in about 40, 45 seconds doesn't even medal. Good morning, Wancho. T. Haynes, Steve, Baby Jules, Sled Puppy, Coffin Ball, and the gold medalist today, E.B. Hill.
So I'm doing the Today Was a Day When here this morning. Rod Laver's 86. Bob Cousy's 96 today.
Wow. That's okay. With Hoffman's birthday yesterday, it is remarkable that Hoffman, Nicholson, Pacino, De Niro, Duvall, Hackman, Eastwood, all still alive.
Right.
So what are we thinking for a poll question? No, Serbia played great, hit 15 threes through three quarters. U.S. had too many turnovers. Morning, Spitz. Look at Mongo. Mongo, is that like psyching us up to call us in for the huddle? Come on, 1, 2, 3, let's go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Friday. Is it a football Friday? Well, the magic numbers are getting small enough that it certainly could be. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope you've had a good week. Thanks for wrapping it up with us in some way, shape, or form. Good morning, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing all right. There's been a lot of changes made yesterday. The engineers came in and changed our whole system around. So I'm in a little bit of a panic. There was a little bit of commercial running over the start. That's on me. We started a couple seconds early. I'm not exactly sure why, but we're off to a rough start from this desk. Well, you seem to be doing okay over there. I'm figuring things out this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not watching us on twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, if I could just give you a little behind the scenes, Mark looks as if he's at a tennis match, because apparently everything that was on his left, virtually now almost all of it is now on his right. So Mark's head is just on a swivel constantly. I feel as if he's watching the French Open in person, because the long rallies and the head is just moving left to right, left to right. Where's the clock? I can't. David used to be on my left. Now he's on my right. The commercials, listen, did you know they were moving things around, or did you just show up at like 5:20 this morning and went, what the?
No. They did it after the show yesterday. They put a new computer in, which is great news. Sure. And reconfigured the studio. They actually, to be honest, they did it for us, which I know sounds like a surprise to you, David.
Wait, what? Wait. That's like Dad getting a really good gift instead of socks or a sweater. What?
A new engineer here in the building that we work at, another really nice guy, and you and I have made it very important in our careers to befriend the engineer in the building.
That is true.
They are far and away the most important person to what we do.
Right. Bosses, we don't get along with. Okay. Engineers, we're tight.
Literally got a call from the engineer at the last place saying, hey, it was really great working with you. We worked with the guy like twice.
We have had great luck with engineers. We have had engineers who no longer work for the company, okay, who will do stuff for us. For whatever reason, we're soulmates.
And yesterday, again, Tig, the engineer here, made some changes. You had a busy day, so I couldn't test anything with you.
No.
So I had to test it myself. I felt that it was working. I felt comfortable with what was happening. But again, like you said, we have a computer that we use. They have a computer that they use. We have to use both of them to make everything work properly.
Right.
Because along the network, they take everything via satellite. It's very easy. Commercials just play at a certain time. But here in the main studio, I have to run their board. I have to run their commercials as well as our commercials. And one is on my right, one is on my left. And it seems how hard is that? It's not that hard. It's just different. And this morning, things started about 13 seconds early. Don't ask me why. I can't control it.
Well, I have to admit, I think the U.S. men's basketball team is kind of like what you're encountering in the studio. Everything was easy. There was a routine. Everything was set. I knew where everything was. And then, wait, we're down 17? What? Wait, 13 going to the fourth? Against the 3-time MVP? Could have been 4, but they didn't feel like giving it to him. Wait, what? Wait a minute. These guys are hitting threes. These guys don't hit threes.
They weren't missing threes.
No, they really weren't.
That was high-level basketball.
Steve Kerr said afterwards, he goes, might have been the best game I've ever been a part of.
Literally said for the older readers, I love that he went older readers because it was, I think, an AP column that I read, that it was Villanova, Georgetown from the level it was at. If you can, from a standpoint of, Villanova shot so well in that game to beat Georgetown, that's what he felt like he was up against.
But the U.S., with their legacy on the line, came through in the fourth and survived. And now they'll face the host country, France. Embiid will get heckled like crazy. But I'll tell you what, yesterday, Mark, okay, we didn't need him till yesterday. Needed the big fella yesterday. We were kind of carrying him to a gold medal. Yesterday he said, oh, no, you need me today. This is why I'm on the team. This is why I wanted to be on the team.
Their emotion after winning showed me how much they actually care about this. They were going nuts at the end of that game. Steph, LeBron, KD. I mean, the best players that have ever played, some of the best players that have ever played the game, acting like they won a high school state title. That was fun to see.
And that's pressure, by the way. That is pressure. You're the heavy favorite. You're losing pretty much throughout. And you got to get it done, or you know exactly what people are going to be saying about you. And let's be honest, Mark, LeBron, KD, Steph, they're not playing in another one of these.
No, and not only would they be saying it, they'd be saying it forever.
Right.
It would become a story that would last forever.
Ever.
And maybe their celebration was partly because their legacy now will not be tainted with a monumental loss. But regardless as to why, they were celebrating like kids, and it was fun to watch.
Now, from an age standpoint, KD and Steph, they could play. I mean, they could play at, they'd be what, LeBron's age? The next Olympics? I mean, KD's like 35, isn't he? So I think KD would be LeBron's age in the next Olympics. And I will say his game, I mean, you shoot it like that, you can play a long time. But, so maybe, and with the game in the States 4 years from now, maybe they'll want to. Be interesting to see if they can make the team 4 years.
Well, there you go.
I mean, with the next wave of players that's coming, but anyway, the big names, the resumes, they produced. They played well, and really well when it counted.
Steph was brilliant in the fourth quarter. Couldn't miss. Ended up with, 36 points?
36. Had a pretty quiet Olympics.
Yeah, well, they needed him yesterday, too.
They needed them all. That's how good Serbia was. They needed them all. LeBron had a triple-double. There had only been 3 other triple-doubles in men's Olympic basketball history. Embiid outplaying Jokic. Certainly, at best, it was a stalemate for Jokic yesterday. He outscored him by 2. He defended him and got stops in the fourth, and Embiid's had trouble defending the big fella.
Everybody's had trouble defending the big fella.
Yes,
that's why he's won 3 MVPs. And they battled. There was a little old school to that post game, if you know what I mean, David. That, for some of us looked at that and went, I'll be damned.
Nope.
Look at them going at it down there. That's kind of fun.
You boys going to let them play? Okay. All right. Got a little Dave Cowan's Wes Unseld down on the block. All right, let's do this.
Look at you going Dave Cowan's Wes Unseld.
Got a little Kareem Artist Gilmore. All right, go for it, boys. I'm just trying to go generation by generation. Akeem Ewing, if we bring the 90s into play, I'm going 70s, 80s, 90s,
There really wasn't anybody that could body Shaq when he came into the league. So
that was.
I don't know where you go there.
No, just give him his 2. Foul him if you can.
But the U.S. with a great come-from-behind victory. And as David said, we'll now play France for the gold medal game.
All right. I am probably going to get lambasted. But, there are people on the U.S. men's basketball team that a lot of sports fans don't like. And so I'm just curious if everybody would be honest with us. 21,000 on the text line. Make sure keyword Miller. Twitch chat room. Was everybody rooting for the U.S. in the fourth quarter last night? Or yesterday afternoon, I should say? I mean, I'm just wondering, is there anybody out there who was, hoping, especially, we know how many of you don't like LeBron.
Yeah, beyond that, who's the players that they don't like? I mean, KD gets a little bit of it.
Little bit of it. Yeah, his reputation, he seems like he's title seeking. He's bad-mouthing every organization on his way out. It's never his fault. Then he can't stay healthy. So, I was just wondering.
I'm not going to lambaste you because the LeBron factor gets people rooting against him. I don't think anybody roots against KD wearing a USA jersey the way they might root against LeBron.
But I'm just wondering, because also there were a lot of people, I believe, Mark, that as the U.S. men's basketball team was making its way through the tournament, that they were indifferent to it. And also, I think it alienated an older fan base, hated the comparisons to the Dream Team. Kind of like, oh, please stop it. I mean, it was just 36 hours ago, Brian Windhorst said this team's deeper than the Dream Team. Please just stop. Please stop already. And I'm just wondering when all of a sudden, did everybody do what we normally do? Wrap ourselves around the flag, front of the jersey, USA, USA. I'm just wondering.
I'm guessing most did. But as a texter says, I was pulling for Serbia. Really wanted to see the big upset because I cannot stand LeBron James.
Yeah. See? Others laughing when they were down 13 at the half. So that's all. I was just wondering. Or the fact that, oh, okay, now we got a game. Oh, now they're tested. Oh, yeah, I'm all in now. These other games, whatever. Yeah, we're winning. We should win. Oh, wait, we're losing? Okay. Miller and Moulton. By the way, they'll take on the host nation, France, in the final. They should win. Should win by 20. We'll see.
Come back with some of your text responses as you are weighing in on whether you were rooting for the U.S. or I'll be rooting for an upset. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. they can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, ambient. We've been saying it for a while now. I mean, I think he's the best player on the team. At 39, well, I mean, I believe MJ scored 20, 21 points a game. I mean, it's not like he was awful, but there's no doubt LeBron in his later years was a better player than MJ with the Wizards. Remember, MJ retired though that second time. He didn't just go from the Bulls to the Wizards. He was retired, so that hurt him. Can you hear any background noise?
No.
Okay. My wife is talking very loudly, very animated this morning.
All right. All right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you on this Friday. Is it a football Friday with the magic numbers 15, 22, and 27? 2 weeks tomorrow, Florida State, Georgia Tech, week 0. Is that the start of the college football season to you, or is that, no, it starts for me 3 weeks tomorrow, 22 days away. You know, everybody playing that weekend. And 4 weeks last night. We're 27 days away from Ravens and Chiefs getting this party started, otherwise known as the 2024 NFL season. Our poll question yesterday dealt with the NFL. We put 4 teams that are projected to finish in last place and say, well, come on, which one of these is not going to finish last? And 70% of you said, yeah, the Steelers are not finishing last. I don't know what these people are talking about.
David, and you asked the question of who were people rooting for as we headed to break?
Yeah.
Were they actually pulling for an upset for Serbia, or is it USA all the time? And a lot of people responded quickly. One saying, without LeBron, we'd be home today. Hate to admit it, but I was pulling for Serbia. But hey, we're watching. Shouldn't LeBron play for China?
Didn't answer the question, although I'm assuming then you were rooting for Serbia.
Love LeBron, go USA. I really don't understand the LeBron hate. The man has been in the league forever. How many times has he gotten in trouble? Has he cheated on his wife? Has he left his family? Does he have gambling problems? I think he's been an exemplary role model on how to be a pro and how to do it the right way. Not to mention, if God was going to make a basketball player, he would make LeBron.
Oh. That's an endorsement right there. So I think we know who they were rooting for. But there are people who really do not like LeBron James. But is it enough to override the 3 letters on the front of the jersey? USA, USA.
And Miller and Moulton are LeBron guys, for the record.
We are.
We understand why people don't like him.
Totally.
There are plenty of times that LeBron has opened his mouth without being as knowledgeable on the subject as LeBron thinks that he is.
Yeah. Third person, taking his talents to South Beach, obviously very hypocritical about Nike and China. Obviously, very hypocritical. Hey, you can be the biggest LeBron fan in the world. I mean, come on, you gotta just, it is what it is. Sold out for the money there.
But as a basketball player,
oh my goodness,
in the arena that we talk about, because we don't get into the politics and the rest of it,
right?
As a basketball player,
come on.
What the point of the texter said, LeBron, as a person, yeah, you might not like some of his opinions, but he's not been a bad guy.
Listen, I'm serious. If you've watched this tournament, who's the best player on the U.S.? No, seriously. If you've watched this tournament, who do you think's the best player on the team? I think it's LeBron. Not saying he can do it over 6 months and 80 games. I think there are others on the team that are better equipped to do that because they're younger. The international game is different also. The NBA, I think, requires more of him physically. First off, the game's 8 minutes longer. That in and of itself. But also defensively, I think he can hide a little bit more in the international game. But, Mark, so in the tournament, who's been their best player?
It's either LeBron or Durant. Durant's had some moments in this tournament, David, that have been phenomenal.
Yes. I mean, Jim Boeheim came out the other day and said, that's as good as you can play right there, KD. He goes,
I think it's close. I think it's really close.
Yeah. By the way, the 2 guys we're talking about are 39 and 35. So
Texter says if Curry didn't show up yesterday, USA would be playing for LeBron's medal.
no doubt. Steph showed up yesterday, needed a big game out of him, and he said, this is why I'm on the team.
Texter, as a basketball player, hell yeah, he's great. I just don't like him. I root for the U.S. even with him, but when they were down 17, I would have thought it'd been a hell of a deal to see him get beat.
So he was torn. He was torn. Here's what I think. How many fans, Mark, when they were down between 13 and 17, were like, got to admit, I wouldn't mind if they got beat. Ooh. Okay. But once they started making their run, and once they got it to single digits and then the 6-point sequence, and then at that point do you go, come on, I got to root for the home team.
And the leader of the run was Steph.
Yep.
Who everyone likes.
Yes.
There's no negativity towards Steph Curry.
No.
So factor that in with the comeback, David, and I think you're really on to something there. But hey, we got a good basketball game in this tournament. First one we've had that involved the U.S. We weren't supposed to have any of these.
No. Just stop with the dream team comparisons, okay? Just can we stop? World was totally different, okay? In fact, the rest of the world wasn't even playing basketball.
The reason they're playing basketball is because of that team.
Right. And
that's the point you have to make with this,
right?
David, is that what that did to the global game will never be challenged again.
No. And obviously, the rest of the world's catching up. But the U.S. held on yesterday. They'll play France for the gold. And, a lot of legacies. Think about it. Steve Kerr as a coach. LeBron, KD, Steph. Oh, my goodness. If Embiid had lost to Jokic again, people would be calling him a fraud. Think about what people, if Jokic had done to Embiid yesterday, what he's done in the past, what he did to him earlier in the Olympics even. 7 minutes, 3 fouls, get him off the floor. I mean, do you know what they would have said of Embiid? There's a lot riding on that game yesterday.
But the U.S. led for like 3 minutes and 20 seconds of the whole game.
Right. And okay, music in our Twitch chat room asks, is the world catching up or are we backing up? The world's catching up. Come on. I mean, look at who we had to put on the floor yesterday to win. Yeah, the world is catching up.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, France is in the final, for goodness sake.
And there's a really good chance they'll be there again in 4 years.
And not only that, they beat a team from Canada with 10 NBA players on them. Tell you what, when Serbia was up 17 yesterday, I'm like, Australia had these guys beat and choked. What's going on here?
Would have been an all-time choke if the U.S. wouldn't have done what they did in the fourth quarter.
What was the spread, by the way? Did you know? I didn't even look.
I didn't even look, David.
Yeah. I mean, this has become routine. I know they didn't cover every game, but they covered the majority. Spread was 27 in the quarters, and they won by 35 or something like that?
Yeah, the only game they didn't cover is the one we bet on them, David. South Sudan.
I guess it was 16.5 yesterday. Well, for a while
Serbia
there,
plus 16.5 is a pretty good bet.
For a while there, we were wondering if the U.S. was going to cover 16.5. The other way.
Oh, man.
Miller and Moulton. The starting five is next. Pat Kirwan in 2 hours. Where else? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Adam, that's funny. RCB, I think the point is that LeBron's hated and he's done nothing as a person wrong. He's done a lot of good, and yet LeBron gets trashed. That's all. All right, we got new they set us up, David, on their main computer. So now instead of how I used to do the starting 5, I've got a new spot for it. I'm assuming it's going to work. But I've never used it before.
Okay.
Chris put everything in yesterday for me. Catch that?
Wow.
Right.
We must have really good numbers. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not.
Craig Sheeman and company talking to you about the Fort Myers Men's Clinic. The Fort Myers Men's Clinic, they are specializing in testosterone therapy. Some low T symptoms include fatigue, loss of strength, weight gain, low sex drive, memory difficulty, depression, just some of the symptoms that maybe you have low T. And my friends at the Fort Myers Men's Clinic, they can get your testosterone levels right, feel like a whole new man. I'm undergoing it, guys. I feel fantastic. It's affecting like every facet of life. I get home after work. I've got the energy needed to go on walks with my family. My workouts. I'm putting in some pretty decent workouts these days. I feel like I'm back in high school. And what's even better than that, I'm seeing the results from the workout. I'm thanking my friends over at the Fort Myers Men's Clinic. Check them out. The consultations are free. Their phone number, 239-317-7777. They're online, fortmyersmensclinic.com. Again, set up your free consultation now. 239-317-7777.
We get it. This interruption isn't what you actually want to be listening to right now. But slow, outdated, and totally.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kirwan, a couple hours from now. He's been, well, like 5-6 training camps since we last talked to him. I believe he was with the Tampa Bay Bucks yesterday, did a little Commanders, did a little Ravens. Forget where he was before that. So we'll play catch up with Pat Kirwan. Season's less than 4 weeks away.
And we're closing in on less than that to the Fantasy Football Summit brought to you by Floor Meisters, coming to you August 20th at Shoeless Joe's at the Bell Tower Shops in Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. It is a one-of-a-kind experience with Dr. Roto. Your chance to win your league, have the bragging rights, and get all the cash simply by attending the Fantasy Football Summit with Dr. Roto, August 20th, Shoeless Joe's, Bell Tower in Fort Myers.
Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
I love it. What is it?
What do you mean, what is it?
What is it? What is that? Just, is that, what kind of a jam is that? Or is that like 80s, Love Boat, Fantasy Island? What is that? Is that, rerun what's happening?
If I'm not mistaken, that's Funktastical is the name of that particular track, David.
Funktastical. You know what it is, Mark? It's dynamic. All right. We've been starting with the Olympics, so we're starting with them again. U.S. men's basketball team rallied to beat Serbia 95-91. Steph with 36. LeBron with a triple-double, 16, 12, and 10. Embiid head-to-head with Jokic. Outscored him 19-17. U.S. will play Wembayama and France for the gold. U.S. leading the medal count over 100 now because we won 9 medals yesterday. We're at $103. 3 golds to keep us 1 ahead of China. 30-29 is the gold medal race. For what it's worth, though, U.S. water polo, we lost in the semis, Mark. We had won 3 straight golds.
Went to a shootout, David.
Yep. Well, we won in a shootout in the quarters. We lost in a shootout in the semis to Australia. U.S. women's volleyball team beat Brazil. Karch Karai said it was as good a match as he's ever been a part of.
5-setter. It was actually fantastic. Watched a decent chunk of it yesterday.
And U.S. will play top-ranked Italy for the gold in that. Katie Ledecky and rower Nick Mead are going to carry the U.S. flag Sunday at the closing ceremonies in Paris. The Olympics winding down, final weekend. By the way, Noah Lyle, who won the 100 in dramatic fashion by 0.005 seconds, he ended up winning bronze in the 200, and we found out afterwards he raced with COVID. Okay, I'm not being a jerk. I'm not trying to bring anything else into this. I'm not. You know that. All right. 3 years ago, if they found out 2 days before the race he had COVID, would they have let him race?
No, not a chance.
I mean, that's when I found out afterwards. It's like, oh yeah, and he did it with COVID. I'm like, wait, so they gave him the option of running? I thought once you tested positive for COVID, they like that's it. You're out of the equation. So I found that interesting.
Me too, David. No, me too.
I mean, did anybody else when they heard that story go, wait, what? I mean, did they keep it secret? Are they going to get in trouble? In all honesty, did they keep it secret, and is no one else going to get in trouble? I'm just curious. Anyway, U.S. women's basketball team semifinals today. We've won like 59 in a row. NFL news. I'll tell you, that Jera, he's got away with people. He was asked after practice because, Jerry talks every day. Jerry can't go a day without talking to
He's the GM.
Well, I understand, Mark. Chris Greer of the Dolphins, Jason Light of the Bucks. How many times have you heard from him so far in the offseason and training camp?
Not the way you've heard from Jera.
I heard from him like once.
Right.
Mark, Joe Shane, they just did a TV show on the Giants. Jerry has done more media than Joe Shane, who had cameras following him for months. Anyway, so Jera is talking after practice because, well, cameras and microphones are around. And he was asked, hey, do you have a sense of urgency about getting a contract done with CeeDee Lamb? He's holding out. And Jerry laughed and said, I have no sense of urgency. At which point CD saw that and posted on X, LOL. Well, things seem to be going well.
All in, David. All in.
Wait, no, all in.
All in.
CD's in the final year. Dak's in the final year. Their best offensive lineman's in the final year. No. They're good. It's all good. CD, by the way, scheduled to make just under $18 million this year, and considering he's one of the 5 best wide receivers in the league, he thinks he should make more money. Now, he's not going to make any more this year unless the Cowboys decide to do like what the Browns did with Amari Cooper and just hand him an extra $5 million just because. But he wants an extension, and right now the Cowboys, wait and see. I do just want to ask you a question. Of all the players that he's doing this with, isn't the CD one the most ridiculous?
I don't know. You could argue the Parsons one's just the same.
But Micah's 2 years away from.
I know, but one's the front of your defense. The other one's a key receiver, and you have a quarterback. So pick your poison, David.
Falcons lose wide receiver Rondell Moore for the season. He got injured in a non-contact play in a scrimmage against the Dolphins the other day. Falcons had acquired him from Arizona in the Desmond Ridder trade. Nick Foles is going to retire, and he's going to do so on the Eagles home opener, which is Monday Night Football. Monday, September 16th. Foles with a fascinating career. Mark, if you're the Eagles, do you retire his number? Before you say no, put it this way. I have it on very good authority. The Eagles are not handing out his number.
I got you.
They've kind of put it in mothballs, which is leading to speculation. Now, does he feel like a guy you'd retire the number for? No. Mark, in Philadelphia, he is beloved.
I got you there, and you can be beloved without having your jersey retired. To hang a jersey in the rafters means to me a career of greatness for a team, not a moment in time. His is a moment in time. It's a great moment. Don't get me wrong.
Now, he had a few. He had a few with the Eagles. You know, he had the season with Chip Kelly, 27 TDs, 2 interceptions. Obviously, filling in for Wentz and winning them their only Super Bowl. And then filling in for Wentz the next year, winning a playoff game and driving them to win another in New Orleans when a wide receiver dropped a key pass. Listen.
You know my criteria on these things is much tougher than most people's.
Listen, you and I are in the same boat. But if you talk to an Eagles fan, their feelings towards Nick Foles are like, yeah, I know it doesn't make sense to you, but I kid you not. I've asked 3 Eagles fans this week about Nick Foles. They all think they should have his number retired.
Wow.
I know. Saints signed linebacker Pete Warner to a 3-year contract extension. $25 million over 3 years, 17.5 guaranteed. 2 preseason games last night. Not a lot of offense. Well, you know, when you don't play your starters. Giants 14-3 over Detroit. Patriots 17-3 over Carolina. 3 preseason games tonight. Atlanta, Miami, Houston, Pittsburgh, Philly, and Baltimore. For what it's worth, Texans have said they'll play their starters a little bit tonight. And the Bills have said tomorrow night that they'll play Josh Allen and the boys for a little bit. So, okay. Baseball, we finally had a manager fired.
How did it take this long?
Well,
How?
I don't know. But finally, the White Sox fired Pedro Grifol, first manager fired this year. They're a mere 61 games below 500.
Boy, would you have ever lost money if we'd have bet on when the first manager was fired. I mean, you would have lost everything. Saying August.
Well, I mean, I've been firing the Blue Jays manager since before Memorial Day.
Absolutely.
So, yes. I mean, I've lost 23 bets on the manager being fired. I keep doubling down on that. By the way, Grady Sizemore. Remember him? Grady Sizemore named interim manager. They also fired 4 coaches.
Now, here's the question. They put a new manager in. Is that going to be enough so that they are not going to overtake the Mets as the worst team to have ever played baseball? That's why I would have done it a while back, by the way. I don't want to be remembered as the worst team ever. I would be doing everything I can to not have that moniker next to my team.
I'm with you. And apparently it is become, the GM spoke of it yesterday. Here's my question. How do you keep your job as GM when you're going to when you're going to lose 101 games 1 year and what, between 115 and 120 something?
Right. The guy they just gassed was like 87 and 160.
I thought he was 100 games below, because he was 40 games below 500 last year, 61 and 101. And he was what, 28 and 89 this year? He's 101 games below 500, Mark. He didn't manage 2 complete seasons. That's unbelievable. This guy paid his dues, too. He did like 9 years as a Royals, coach. Anyway, as for the baseball, Philly snap Arizona's 5-game win streak, 6-4. Their lead in the East is 8 over the Mets. Mets beat Colorado 9-1. They have a half-game lead for the final playoff spot over the Braves. Listen, Mark, I'll be honest with you. If you had told me 2 scenarios, August 8th, Mets ahead of the Braves in the standings, this will be the first time a manager's fired, I would have said, well, the Mets aren't going to be ahead of the Braves. I mean, come on, that's ridiculous. Braves lost their 5th in a row, 16-7 to Milwaukee. Brewers bombed the Braves in this sweep of a series in Atlanta. Padres are red hot. They won 5 in a row. They're 2.5 behind the Dodgers in the West. They beat Pittsburgh 7-6. Pirates have fallen out of it. They've dropped below 500. Way to go, Pirates. Way to acquire what you needed to acquire at the break. Giants won in extras 9-5 over Washington. They're a game over 500. They're just 3 out of a wild card. Keep it in mind, their GM didn't trade because, we're going to hold on. We're going to make a run. Seattle beat Detroit 4-3. They're now tied for first with Houston. Toronto 7-6 over Baltimore, and the Yankees lost to the Angels, so those two teams remain tied. Marlins lost. They gave up 7 in the 10th. Reds beat them 10-4. Rays rally. Brandon Lau, a 2-run homer in the 7th. Rays beat the Cardinals 6-4. Round 1 of the Wyndham got rained out in Greensboro. They're debating whether to play 54 or 72 holes. Chai Rodriguez.
Thank you, Les Nessman.
Otherwise known as Chichi Rodriguez, passed away in Puerto Rico at the age of 88. And Women's Olympics, 36 holes in, Morgan Metau of Switzerland with the lead. Lydia Ko in the bronze medal spot, and Rose Zhang and Nelly Korda of the U.S. are 3 out of the bronze, halfway home. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was...
David, that was the starting 5, because if you recall, when you sent all these liners in, we only sent one for the beginning, not one for the end.
That's right. So now we have to decide to
now it just ends.
Now it just ends.
It just ends.
So Chichi Rodriguez, but yes, otherwise known as Chai Rodriguez.
If you ever watched the old WKRP in Cincinnati, the newsman Les Nessman.
Yep, newsman who knew nothing about sports and saw the name and called him Chai Rodriguez.
Exactly.
He won 8 tournaments in his career. He's a Hall of Famer, though, and he is certainly a Hall of Famer when it comes to his charity work between Tampa and Clearwater. He's helped a lot of kids and helped build a hospital. All right, great man. Chichi Rodriguez passed away at 88. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th at 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
At the dinners. She notices. Your kids were trying. Mm-hmm.
Need a poll question.
We do.
There's no national day today of any significance.
Hi, for those, are they doing a big deal about it in Southwest Florida? Today's 20 years from Charlie.
No. If they are, I'm not paying any. I mean, after Ian, David, I don't think Charlie resonates much anymore.
Yeah.
Considering that was a, that was a bad
No,
storm.
I agree. Because it was literally a Friday and it was the
13th.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. The news press, they still print that?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's true. It is the 13th. It was a Friday the 13th. My bad. Yeah, I had the 9th in my head because school started that year on the 9th on a Monday. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know
What?
our show. Well, we're not supposed to start till 01. I know.
I got it. I don't know why that happened.
All right. No, I hear you.
That's a new one for me. I didn't even see it in the log.
Moulton.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Friday. 15, 22, and 27 are the football magic numbers to week 0 and week 1 of the college football season. And Ravens Chiefs, 27 days away to start the NFL season. 11 is the magic number to the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. Please go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up. It's a neat little event. A nationally renowned fantasy football expert. He's more than just football, by the way, but that's what you want him for in the fall. He'll tell you who's he's going to pick and why, how he's going to do his drafts in his leagues, answer all your questions in person. You get food, drink. It's a fun night. It's a Tuesday. Come on. Like, you've had better Tuesdays than that recently. Please.
I get to miss gymnastics for it. I'm pretty fired up. I'm not responsible for drop-off or pickup. Actually, I'm responsible for drop-off, and then the wife will be picking up because I will still be at the Fantasy Football Summit getting ready to win my league for the second consecutive year.
millerandmoulton.com is how you sign up, millerandmoulton.com. We've been really good lately, and by lately we mean like a week and a half, with poll questions, but you have to admit, we don't really have one jumping out today. You know, I know that in a way the dominant topic from yesterday and last night was the U.S. men's basketball team, but, what do you do with that? You ask where you're rooting.
Were you secretly rooting for the USA to lose?
Yes.
That's really the only question. And I don't know if I want to ask that question.
Why? I
think we can do better.
Oh, as a question. Oh, I thought you were afraid of the result.
Oh, I don't. David, you're the only one that cares about the results of the poll question.
It is amazing to me how I am in the minority. 4 out of 5 questions a week.
Well, that's how I am when I vote in a primary, David. Haven't picked a winner in 6 elections.
But it's just important to keep being part of the process, though.
Got that right. Had something happen to me yesterday, David, that's never happened to me before. I went to hit golf balls. I'm lucky enough to belong to a country club and was hitting balls, and the guys that I usually play with had finished. And every once in a while, we do a little what we call bonus coverage. We go out and play a 2-man scramble. We get 6-8 guys in the summertime only when there's no one there. And there happened to be a couple that teed off, 15, 20 minutes before we did. And as we finished the first hole, and there was, again, 6 of us playing a little 2-man scramble, and it's a 6-some, so people, you're not allowed to really do that, but we get permission, and it's okay. The lady on the tee, on the second tee's got her phone out as we're approaching the green, and she's filming us because we're breaking the rules. And we get to the second tee. They have the husband had teed off. The ladies' tees are across a little creek, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not there yet. They're still at the men's tees. And she starts verbally berating us.
Oh.
All of us. You guys think you're gods. You can do whatever you want. Are you on the tee? Are you members? Are you on the tee sheet? And she's adamant, and she's getting angrier and angrier.
Oh.
And I simply respond, "It's okay, Karen."
Oh, snap. Here we go.
I don't think she heard me. I said, "Okay, Karen." Well, then they're not going to play, and one of our 6-some jumps up on the tee to hit.
Sure. Okay, we'll play through.
We're just going to go right through you.
Sure.
We don't care. Well, then they proceed to drive to the women's tee, and she proceeds to hit a drive, and then another hits a mulligan, and neither of them went more than 45 feet. At that point, we decided, all 6 of us, we're just going to blow right past them and go to 3.
Yeah, there you go.
A hole later, the head pro shows up because they had driven in. Complaining to us was not enough.
Right.
They went to the pro shop to let the pro have it about us.
Right.
Pro came out, just kind of looked at all of us. as if like you put me through that. You owe me now. Now you guys owe me.
Okay, fair enough. All
But
right.
I've never had a full Karen experience on a golf course before, and I had one yesterday.
The course was empty, right?
Empty.
Right.
We played a sixsome, 2-man scramble in an hour and 30 minutes.
Right. Mark, people are miserable.
They really are.
Yes, people are angry and they're miserable. Yes, they want to yell at somebody. And you guys, hey, you fit the criteria.
And then I get back because I keep my mother lives at the course that I play at, and my cart stays I have a cart, and it stays at my mom's house. So I pull into mom's, and I have to go get the daughter, and I just stop in to say goodbye. And I ask if she happens to know this lady. And of course she does. She's been over there for dinner. Ask her about the sixsome she saw on the course today.
Just bring it up and then wait about 12 minutes until she's done and go, yeah, my son was the one that called you Karen. Oh, you didn't hear him?
So I'm fully expecting my first letter, because if you get in trouble at a country club, you get a letter, a verbal warning or a written warning. So I'm expecting my first letter from yesterday.
Oh, no. Now, see, okay. Now I would get upset. Hold on. We asked the pro. The pro gave us permission. Do not send me a letter saying we did anything wrong. We asked for permission and we were granted it. No. See, this is how we get in trouble at work. All right. There are
Yes,
rules,
it is, David.
There are rules that we play by. We go, we ask, can we do? I know we don't normally do this. Can I do this? Sure. We do it. And then a manager after the fact is going to yell at us. No. You're going to put a little thing in my employee file. No. No, that's not going to happen.
Well, I'm convinced she's going to bypass the pro and go to a board member or so. I'm fully expecting a letter. Once I saw the phone out taking the photos and videoing the golf carts, because I'm laughing. I found the whole thing hysterical.
Did you wave though when she took the video out?
Yes.
I mean, did you walk up to the phone and go, "Hi, Mom"?
No, it was long enough away that I didn't get any voice. Just a quick wave. How you doing?
See, I would have turned around. I would have started videotaping her. Hey, how are you? All right. You're looking nice today. What's on your mind?
That's a dadgum good point. I should have videotaped the verbal barrage that she gave us. That would have been smart.
Yes. By the way, if you're a board member at a country club and somebody's before you complaining about a sixsome, when they're done, don't you say something along the effect of, do you know the issues we have to deal with here? And you're taking this issue to the board? What do you want me to do? Fire the head pro?
Well, see, I've never got a letter. I've been a member there a while, and I've never gotten in any trouble. So I'm looking forward to my first letter.
Oh, you're looking for... Oh, I would fight this to the end. No, I really would. I would eventually get to the point in which it would be like, one of us can't be members here anymore. You guys decide.
Oh. I won't go that far, David.
I know you won't.
I leave those things up to you.
I know you won't. I know you won't. I've done that. I know. In the building you're sitting in, there have been disputes like this, and I have ended up in the corner office basically saying, you guys have to decide right now. You siding with him or you siding with me? And you know what siding with him is going to mean.
And they usually sided with him.
Until the very end, no, they didn't. But when they do, when they do, 21,000 text line. Miller is the key word. All right. Feel free. We've talked more so far today than we have the entire Olympics about the U.S. men's basketball team.
Well, it's because they had a game for the first time.
Heck, they were fortunate to win. And so I'm asking the question. I think it should be our poll question. Mark doesn't want to go there. That's fine. We've got time to come up with something better, but I'm just curious, and I want you all to be honest because you can do it in anonymity. So you should be honest. Were you rooting for the U.S. down the stretch? Or were you secretly happy they were losing and hoping they would lose because you don't like certain guys on the team? That's all. That's a question that I nominate. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton. We'll see. See if it makes the survey.
We'll get it up during the break.
It's August in the NFL. And Mark, what's the only thing that counts in August?
Injuries.
So should we pay much attention to anything that's going on with the Cowboys and the salaries and the contracts and what have you? Do we think this has legs?
Well, no. It's an off-season story.
Okay.
They are pros after all. When everybody's playing, that's still a good football team. And as much as I would like to see the Cowboys miss the playoffs because it just makes for more chaos, their schedule's one that I have trouble seeing them not winning 9-10 games. So, I mean, they've won 12 the last 2 years. Even if we say they're collectively worse than they were the last 3 years, how much worse? Do you really see them going to 8 games? And 9 games probably get you in.
Yeah, 9-8's been the tiebreaker the last few years in the NFC. You know, you want to play the. If you think, by the way, let's just say they're unsettled at the beginning of the season. They open in Cleveland. Tom Brady's first broadcast, by the way. 4:25 game on Fox. It'll do a huge number. Cowboys, 4:25, week 1. Brady, it'll do a huge number. I'll bet you it does 35 million. I mean, which is about 10 plus million more than it normally does in that slot. You know, they play the Ravens, they play the Lions, they play the Steelers, they play the Niners, all in the first half of the season. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan in a little more than an hour. We'll get his thoughts on it, plus his training camp tours feedback, all coming up. Thanks for listening. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, I'm Jason.
And I'm Todd with the Diamond District. I believe in complete transparency. If you're shopping for diamonds in Naples, you're paying too much. If you're shopping in the Cape or Fort Myers, you also won't see the selection you deserve to have. If you're online, there's no human connection, and you won't know if your diamond is beautiful or not until it shows up in the mail.
Just because it's GIA certified doesn't mean it's brilliant. There's so much more to a diamond than its cut, color, and clarity that makes it beautiful. Visit us at the Diamond District for a non-commission and educational presentation and quit paying more in Naples or buying blind from the internet. The Diamond District has the rarest diamonds from half carat to 10 carats. You won't find a bigger selection or better value.
And you won't find a better buying experience. Jason and I are in the store nearly every day, and we look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
pulled a Felipe last break, David. I didn't have the buttons pressed, and we had hot mics. Fortunately, we didn't say anything. It was only for about 20 seconds.
Oh, good. Okay.
Oh, I got to send Pat an invite.
By the way, this plot for the Taylor Swift concerts was frightening. Thank goodness they snuffed that out. Sonny, I think they all get a kick out of it. Although they would have to acknowledge that the competition's far better today. Far better. Yes. No, it does sound like Ian. Sonny, I would think this could be NBC's number one NBA broadcast team when they get the games in a year.
Yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Pat Kirwan in a little over an hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Go to millerandmoulton.com. You have 11 days to sign up and be there Tuesday night, the 20th, for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. Millerandmoulton.com is the only way you can sign up. So go to our website and sign up. because we want to see you there. And Dr. Roto wants as many people as possible. He loves doing this. It's the only one he does. In fact, it's the only one that he knows, him and all his fantasy buddies. And he goes to Vegas. He knows all the big names, and he doesn't know anybody who does something like this.
A lot of draft strategy. That's the part that I think differentiates this from everyone else, is that Doc just doesn't tell you how the big boys do in the draft. He'll talk about your home league and how to structure your draft accordingly.
And they'll also tell you, why it is that the so-called experts do things a certain way, and you guys normally do it this way, and this is why we do it this way. And you could really learn a lot. And obviously this is important to you. I mean, let's be honest. How many of you play fantasy football and you really want to win? You want to win some money.
That could have been a poll question. If you play fantasy football, how much you paying? What do you pay to play in your league?
Well, we could do that next week.
Less than 100, more than 100.
Right.
We
could do that. Can I challenge you on something you said last segment?
Sure.
So listen, it's certainly better being in the NFC than the AFC. We all know that. Conference is easier. We get it. But the NFC East this year plays the AFC North as the crossover. Well, that's obviously not ideal. And arguably the best division in football. And right now, I don't know how you can argue against it till proven otherwise. And because the Cowboys finished first, their one crossover AFC opponent is another first-place team. And it just happens to be the Texans. Now, they get them at home because the NFC hosts the 17th game this year. But if you think about it, Mark, I mean, that's tougher than the 5 games they had last year, if you know what I mean.
It is.
Crossover division, never mind the crossover opponent, because the Cowboys weren't a first-place team a year ago and what have you.
Okay.
5 of their first 8 on the road. And if you take a look at their first 10 games, there's a lot of meat on that bone. I would argue there's only one bad team on their schedule, maybe 2, the first 10 games.
I'd say 2.
The Giants and the Saints.
Yeah, I think the Saints are going to fall backward this year.
Okay. And the Saints won 9 games last year and lost out on a tiebreaker. So, but if you look at the Cowboys' schedule, I mean, they play the AFC North. They got the Eagles. They got Houston. They have Atlanta, at Cleveland. I mean, I find it.
They also get the NFC South, one of the worst divisions in football.
No doubt.
I mean, so
yes,
there's that side of it as well, David.
Yep.
And I see them. I look at them in the division going 4-2. I just do.
Okay.
Maybe 5-1.
Yeah. In fact, I would think 4-2 would have to be the floor if you're the Cowboys.
100%.
Right.
That means that Washington's gotten that much better, or the Giants upset you, or something along those lines, because you expect to split with the Eagles.
Yeah.
Expect to take the Giants down twice.
Yes.
And you're hoping to take Washington down twice.
Yes. Mm-hmm. For what it's worth, this year, Thanksgiving, Cowboys host the Giants. But, in the first 10 games, if you are of the belief, of which I have to tell you, Mark, I am of the belief. I am of the belief that the Cowboys will not be in a good place at the start of the season. And I believe they're going to go to Cleveland week 1 and get beat.
Okay.
And I don't even know if CD Lamb will be at the game.
Now that in and of itself is fascinating, because if he's not at the game, obviously that diminishes their chances substantially to lose that football game. That's a big weapon that you need against a good football team and a good defense.
And it'll cost him, I think, $900,000 to sit that game out. But remember, Chris Jones missed week 1 last year for the Chiefs. So obviously you can rectify situations and everything can end up great. And then, week 3, they play Baltimore. Week 5, they play Pittsburgh. Week 6, they play Detroit. Week 7, they play San Francisco. Week 8, they're in Atlanta. Week 9, they play the Eagles. Week 10, they play the Texans. Remember, this team, Mark, the last 3 years has gone 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. They're not used to a ton of regular season adversity. This group with this coach, who, oh, by the way, has also not been given a contract extension. I mean, this isn't Dan Quinn, the happy, nice defensive coordinator. This will be Mike Zimmer coming down on that defense when they're 5-5. I just have a bad feeling about the Cowboys this year.
Well, and David, I have a similar feeling as you do. I just look at the NFC and wonder if there are enough good teams to take them out of the postseason. I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. Is
I hear you.
Even if they're off 3 games, even if they're 9-8, that 9-8 might still be enough to get in.
It could be. So the first thing we have to do is, first off, you got that whole NFC East stat where we haven't had a repeat champion in 20 years. So if you believe that that's going to continue and that the Eagles are most likely to win the East, so now the Cowboys are competing for one of the 3 wild card spots. So do we think they're going to be better than the second place team in the North? If you think not, okay, now they're competing for one of 2 spots. Well, now we start getting into, you still believing in the, like, I'm really high on the Rams. So much so, I was toying with the idea of picking them to win the West. Obviously, Dallas is going to have another game with San Francisco. That could serve as a tiebreaker in some way, shape, or form. But I'm just, if all of a sudden you don't think a team is going to win the division, well, now they're competing for one of 3 spots. If you think the second place team in the NFC North is going to be better, well, now they're only competing for 2 spots. This now starts to get a little smaller than you're thinking when you're thinking big picture.
There's no doubt. But, looking at, you look at the Rams as a possibility. The Bears are a possibility. Who else? Atlanta, I guess. The loser of Atlanta, Tampa in the South is a possibility.
Well, and especially since the Cowboys play the NFC South. So one of those games, I mean, that could be, let's just say Atlanta finishes second. The Bucs win their division for the 4th straight year. And Dallas loses in Atlanta. Well, that could be a tiebreaker.
I just wonder how much this Cowboy team is going to rally against Jera, if you know what I mean. If inside that room, everything is a lot better than we think. We make a much bigger deal about the noise than the players do, David.
Mm-hmm. Yep, no doubt. And sometimes, people like me who's really buying into this, it's like, come on, David, you can't believe you fell for this again. But would it surprise you, Mark, 3rd to last game of the season, the Sunday before Christmas, Cowboys hosting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that there's an awful lot riding on that game?
Wouldn't surprise me one bit. Would not surprise me a bit because, again, I just don't see them going down 4 games. If they go down 3, that game's going to be for a wild card, David. It is.
And then the next week, by the way, they go to Philly. The end of the season's got some wins on it, though. They got Carolina, at Washington, home for the Giants. But remember, 5-6 teams who made the playoffs last year, not going to make it this year. So it's got to be a couple of them that you don't expect.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
Mark
Summit.
Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Got a couple of texts. We come back, and I'm going to challenge you back.
Okay. By the way, nearly 25% of the respondents said they were rooting against the U.S. Man, people don't like LeBron.
They hate him. They hate him. Great text we got this morning. We're going NBA the first two segments. Someone texted in, you should have Felipe on for the NBA hour.
Well, who was it last hour on Twitch said, you know, am I listening to First Take?
Yeah, that was Adam.
We deserve that, but yes. I'm telling you, Dak is not going to be a Cowboy next year. I think Dak's just going to say, you know what? It's time for a change. I can get paid anywhere, old man. I'm out of here.
All right, we need some more signups for the Fantasy Football Summit. Had a great day on Wednesday. Not so good yesterday. Nothing yet today.
Okay. Well. Don't know. Should reach out. Feeney, all the best. Really should. Come to think of it, I really should pick Adam up. I'll just go the long way. Pick him up at the highway interchange.
Very worried our top of the hour next hour is going to start at 8 o'clock, right at the top. There's something going on. I can't seem to figure it out.
All right.
It should say 8:01. It says 8, and I can't change it. So if that's the case, they're going to lose a spot at the top of the hour. I don't know what to tell you.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
1 hour from now, Pat Kirwan will join us on Miller and Moulton. Go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit, millerandmoulton.com. It's a week from Tuesday, the 20th. It'll be in Fort Myers, Shoeless Joe's and the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops. It's like the first event they're holding. It's been a big remodel. So let's make a night of it. Plus, it's my mom's birthday. All right? Going to do the video chat. Going to sing happy birthday to my mom. No?
I can't wait for that. That's fantastic.
So hope to see you there. Sign up, millerandmoulton.com. Hey, there's a reason I wanted this poll question. And I know you do a good job of not listening to me. But this time I may have been right. May. All right? Because I thought there was a bigger hidden audience than maybe we wanted to believe that was rooting against the U.S. yesterday against Serbia. And Mark, so far, 1/3 of those who have voted were like, yeah, I was rooting against this.
Unbelievable. Anti-American.
Well, as people have tried to defend themselves, I don't know what they're saying in the text line, 21,000, keyword Miller. But in the Twitch chat room, they're like, no, I'm not anti-U.S. I'm anti the NBA. I hate the NBA.
Okay.
That's how they're reasoning it.
Couple of texts that came in during that last segment that the Cowboys will tank to get Sanders so they don't have to pay Dak. They're not tanking. But another one says, Moulton is right. I felt the exact same thing yesterday. The Cowboys will have a losing record. Back up the truck.
Ooh.
Now, why aren't we having these same discussions about the Philadelphia Eagles? Articles coming out that the coach and the head coach or the quarterback and the head coach had a terrible relationship last year.
Mm-hmm.
Lost a key piece to their offensive line, lost a key piece to their defense, played like absolute dog do in the last game that we saw them play. In fact, finished the season pretty lousy as well.
Lost 6 of 7 if you include the playoffs, right? They were 10-1. Didn't they finish 11-6? So they lost 5 out of 6 to end the regular season and then got whacked by Tampa in the playoffs?
And as I'm looking at the 33rd team, did their first power rankings of the year. Mm-hmm. They have the Eagles ranked 8th. And when you read what they say, it's still hard to figure out what exactly went wrong for the Eagles at the end of the 2023 season. Their offense fell apart, and much worse teams blew them out. Are injuries solely to blame, or was there something else going on? Talks about the talented roster, and they'll be favored in nearly every game this series. But why aren't we having these same? I mean, I know the Cowboys is the easy subject, and people like to talk about the Cowboys or don't like to talk about the Cowboys or get angry when the Cowboys are talked about. But why are we not at least broaching the subject of the Philadelphia Eagles, David?
I believe there are two reasons. One, people don't have the negative sentiment towards the Eagles that many people have towards the Cowboys. But a bigger reason, Mark, is that everybody in Philly's under contract. There's no one that's disgruntled in Philadelphia. Quarterback's been paid. Both wide receivers have been paid. The key linemen on both sides of the ball have been paid. Everybody's been paid. But you're right. They lost Jason Kelsey. They lost Fletcher Cox. Brandon Graham's already announced this is going to be his final year. Here's the other thing, Mark. There's no doubt Sirianni and his quarterback had a disconnect last year. But I also think what isn't getting talked about enough is that Sirianni lost both coordinators last year.
And replaced them both this year, didn't he?
Yes.
I mean, this is 3 new coordinators in 3 years on both sides of the football.
Now, last year, though, on defense, it was a mess. Remember, his first defensive coordinator, he benched essentially 2/3 of the way through the year for the former Lions coach and Patriots assistant, Patricia. Okay. Who did they said, okay, here's what I think happened, Mark. That Sirianni admitted he made a mistake, that the hires didn't work, nearly cost him his job. Who did he go get this year? He got the guy he wanted last year, who the Dolphins had signed right before Sirianni lost his defensive coordinator and could have signed, Fangio. So now he gets him. So I think they're going to be much better coached on defense this year, number one. And number two, Sirianni has clearly been going out of his way to bridge the problems with Jalen Hurts. I mean, the two of them now, they're riding the golf cart together at training camp because they know it's being talked about as a thing. And they're trying to show
written about. I mean,
right.
Lengthy articles as to how bad their relationship was a year ago.
Right. And here's the other thing that I believe, Mark. I don't believe Nick Sirianni's stupid. And the reason why I just threw that out there is because the quarterback signed long-term at 51 per. If things don't go well this year, who's unemployed?
The coach. It's very obvious.
And so I think that Nick hadn't faced this kind of adversity yet as a head coach. I mean, his first year, they start off like 2-5, but they win 7 of their last 10 and make the playoffs. Then the second year, they go all the way to the Super Bowl. Third year, they start 10-1. So this was the first time Nick, as a head coach, had any real adversity. And obviously, he didn't handle it well. So, but there's no doubt, Mark, for as much as Mike McCarthy is coaching for his job, I mean, there's no doubt if the Eagles underperform this year, Bill Belichick is going to get a phone call. There's no question in anybody's mind that the Eagles will call Bill Belichick immediately.
They open, as we all know, with Green Bay, so they lose a home game. I mean,
yes,
that's a neutral site game. It's a Philadelphia home game.
Right.
Then they host Atlanta and 2 road games with New Orleans and Tampa before a very early bye. Earliest bye you can have in the league.
Right, which is not ideal.
No.
But let's be honest, though. Right now, Eagles favored in all 4 of those games. Slight favorite against the Packers, probably 1-2 point favorite. And then home for Atlanta. And who are we talking?
The Saints and Tampa Bay.
Yeah. Any of those on the road?
Both New Orleans and Tampa are on the road.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be a close spread between Philadelphia and Tampa.
Obviously, that game should mean a little something for Philly. Last time they went to Tampa, they got whacked in the playoffs. But put it this way, right now, you think the Eagles start 3-1? Or worse?
They better.
I agree.
They better. But I can see where 2-2 comes in there.
I understand that, but I'm asking you, what do you think? Like right now, Over under first 4 games, 2.5 wins. Which way would you go?
I'd bet over.
Yeah, I would too.
I'd bet over. But the game against Atlanta will be less than a touchdown.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Green Bay game will be a close spread, and the Tampa game will be a close spread.
Mm-hmm. And you made the point that really only one of their first 4 is at home. Because not only are 2 on the road, but the home games in Brazil. Hello.
And obviously, if they're going to have a ceremony for Nick Foles at the Monday night game, that's a W, because apparently he is worthy of having his number retired.
Listen, I know you're. Listen, it
It's an
sounds
absolute
absurd.
joke. It's a joke.
It sounds
It's a joke
absurd.
to guys who've had their numbers retired.
It sounds absurd to Miller and Moulton. I know. How many Eagles fans do you have in your life? If you find one, and I mean this, between now and September 16th, the Monday night game when Nick Foles is going to retire at halftime and the whole deal, I'm telling you, if you see someone in an Eagles jersey or hat, ask them, hey, should Nick Foles have his number retired? And just keep a tally.
21,000 Eagle fans out there. There's a bunch of you. You text the show all the time. I am curious if you think Nick Foles' number should be retired as an Eagles fan. And I know you could text anytime at 21,000, but I am very curious because that one makes no sense to me.
I am surprised because the Eagles fans that I know, even though I know they're passionate and, sometimes overzealous about their Philly teams, I consider them, pretty solid sports fans. Not dumb. But the emotional connection to winning that Super Bowl, the only one they've won, it's a little, I don't know if weird, strange, but I'm telling you, Mark, they think totally differently about that than they do anything else. I mean, Sixers haven't won a title in 40 years. Flyers haven't won a title in nearly 50. So, they've had 2 Phillies World Series wins in the last 45 years. They haven't had a lot of championships. That's the most recent. It's the only one from the football team. I'm telling you, the Eagles fans' fascination with that team and with Foles. Remember, they had a love-hate relationship with McNabb. Obviously, things went badly with Wentz. I mean, of course he shouldn't have his number retired. His career was not good enough. That would be like the Giants retiring Jeff Hostetler's number.
Thank you. Great place in franchise history.
Yes.
Will always be beloved, but you don't retire the damn number.
No,
That's
you
all
do
I'm
not.
saying.
No, you do not.
And if you want to keep it out of circulation for a couple of years, fine. Until someone's worthy of the number. I do appreciate that. The hockey guy in me appreciates the jersey kind of, no, I want 14. No, you can't have it. What do you mean I can't? You can't have it. Was it retired? No. Well, I want 14. No, you can't have it. The hockey guy in me appreciates holding back the number to somebody.
Right. The Eagles are not letting anybody wear number 9, which has people going, wait a minute. Are they going to take that number out of circulation for eternity? But people are now asking Eagles fans in their life. I'm glad. Good. Could do some R&D for us. We appreciate it. But that's a fair point by you. For all the things we're bringing up about Dallas, should we be maybe putting the screws to the Eagles a little bit, who did absolutely fall apart?
They look like the best team in the league. What were they, 10-1 or something like that?
They went to Kansas City on a Monday night in the Super Bowl rematch and won. They were 10-1.
And just imploded.
Do you know their over-under last year was 11.5? Can you imagine having bet the Eagles over and be sitting on that ticket at 10-1 and not cash that ticket? I mean, come on, tell me you haven't already spent that money when they're 10-1.
David, I haven't been very good at over-unders lately, so I've not been able to think in terms of spending money that I've already won.
Okay. But at 10-1 with the over-under 11.5, are you sure?
No, I definitely would have been making deposits. That's for certain.
Oh. But yeah, nobody fell apart like them. That's true. New coordinators again, but everybody signed. And they added Saquon.
Yes, they did.
Lost Kelsey and Cox, the line of scrimmage, added Saquon.
I think the Kelsey loss is going to be very big. Be interesting to see if the tush push works as well without him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, that was an automatic first down for the Eagles. Now, without the center, can teams stop that? I don't know.
If you think about it, that offense should be unstoppable. I mean, they have a legit number one wide receiver. I mean, top 10 receiver in the league.
Yep.
Number one. And quite frankly, their number two could be a number one at half the teams in the league. They have a top 8 tight end, maybe top 5 in Goddard. They have one of the 3-4 best offensive lines in the league, even without Kelsey. And they got Hurts and Saquon. I mean, honestly, they should be an offensive machine. Who are you loading up to stop there? You can't load up the box. I mean, come on. You can't. What team can put their 2 corners on an island against the Eagles' 2 receivers?
It's going to be on Jalen Hurts. I would make Jalen Hurts beat me.
Okay.
That's what I would do. Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan coming up next hour. Thanks so much for listening. Text the show at 21,000 and don't forget to sign up for the Fantasy Football Summit.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
This
Summit.
is Miller and Moulton.
I believe so, Joe. I know it was his number in Washington. Thought it was also his number in holy mackerel. 40% of you were hoping the U.S. lost. Wow.
I don't know why this is doing this. I'm very upset, David.
Okay.
Plan on starting at 8.
Plan on what?
Plan on starting at the top of the hour.
Oh, okay.
It always says 8:01. It says 8. I don't know why. I don't know how to fix it. Did you speak to that Melissa yesterday, finally?
Melissa pawned it off on somebody else, and that person took, went over everything with me and was like, oh yeah, you guys are set.
Okay. I'm gonna need a number for them because I'm gonna have to get help on how to, if we're paying that money, hopefully they can give me some support.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna switch this, David, because I'm fearful.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Friday, and we thought it would be a football Friday, and to some degree it has been, and Pat Kirwan's going to join us in a little more than 30 minutes time, but we started the show a couple hours ago just talking about the U.S. men's basketball team and how nearly had a monumental, historic loss. And then just ask the question. So secretly, we're not asking you to reveal your identity. If you'd like to, that's fine. 21,000 on the text line. Okay, we know the folks in the Twitch chat room who feel a certain way. But as the game was unfolding yesterday, whether you were watching or not, you heard about it. You were following it on X. Were you rooting for Team USA to win? Because, well, let's face it, you're an American. It's Team USA. That's who you root for. Or were you secretly rooting for them to lose? Because, well, you really don't like LeBron. You really don't like the NBA.
David, this vote started out in the early voting, the first 8, 9, 10 votes, 100% Team USA.
Correct.
And I went, all right, that's what I expect out of this poll. It's going to be, 85, 90% on the USA.
Mm-hmm.
42% of our audience who's responded to this poll question said they were rooting for us to lose. When did all the commies infiltrate Florida?
Well, I mean, we
Are
might
you
have gotten
secretly Serbian and we don't know about it?
might have gotten a few votes from Huntsville as well, but I do think that this is showing how unpopular the NBA is in certain circles. And we have joked, but we're not joking, on this show for years, because there have been people, Mark, who have texted us and then Twitch chat room, and they're like, hey, how come you guys don't talk more NBA? And we're like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but our audience doesn't like the NBA. They're like, oh, come on, you got to talk the NBA. I'm like, I mean, we got a Heat guy, we got a Magic guy, we got a couple of generic NBA guys, but we're telling you, we know our audience pretty well. We do a lot of R&D.
Till the postseason, we stay away.
Right. And our audience really doesn't like the NBA. And I mean, Mark, we had to shoot 57% to win yesterday. We had to shoot 60% from 3 to win yesterday. I mean, we turned it over too many times. We did. But I mean, you look at the stat sheet, Mark, 57% for the field, 60% from 3. And we barely won? I mean, it was a tremendous game. We had to play well down the stretch. And apparently, at least 40% of you were rooting for Jokic and Serbia?
Does that mean you're rooting for France now? You've become French?
I mean, it's difficult for Miller and Moulton to understand that you dislike LeBron or the NBA that much. But, I mean, it's why we ask this question. We know there is a sentiment. I thought it was going to be around 80-20.
Yeah, I'm stunned by these numbers. Stunned.
And the more votes that come in, the more anti-US voting that's coming in. It's not the initial, the 15, 20 of you go, oh, yeah, I hate LeBron, okay. No.
And this isn't Chicago. You're only allowed to vote once.
Did I ever tell you I was in Fargo, 96? Bob Dole came through. And in North Dakota at the time, Mark, you really could you could vote 5 times. You could just take your license and go, and I could vote in Fargo. I could vote in West Fargo. I could vote in different sections of Fargo. And Bob Dole knew it. And Bob Dole literally at a campaign stop said, hey, it's my understanding you guys can vote as many times as you want here. So I encourage you to vote early and often. I mean, he said it out loud at a campaign rally. I'm like, this is tremendous.
Texter says, always USA, but do not give a crap about these NBA players. You are correct in that.
Okay, so once again, though, were you then secretly rooting against this group, or were you begrudgingly rooting for the front of the jersey?
We root for the USA when the athletes are pro-USA. These athletes aren't pro-USA? I mean, they all are wearing the letters right across the front of their shirt. They may not agree with all of your politics, but I've never seen them condemn the country and say they want to leave. Well, LeBron's come close. He said a few things that's been certainly upset some people.
If you represent your country in an Olympics, is that not showing your love for your country? I think that's a fair question to ask. I mean, isn't this his 4th Olympics? At least. I mean, it's KD's 4th.
Another texter, I was rooting for the USA. Not a fan of professional athletes in the Olympics either.
Yeah, unfortunately, that ship sailed, dude. Once we lost, that ship sailed. Once the 88 team lost, that was it. We're taking any chances now. Baxberg in our Twitch chat room, the passion that they showed during the game proved they were proud to represent the country, and I do not like LeBron. Appreciate the honesty.
We'll always root for any team that doesn't have LeBron. Begrudgingly rooting for USA because always America first.
But it sounds like it was painful.
And someone asking, if where you asked the question if they're wearing the USA jersey, aren't they proud to represent the country? And he says, no, David, it's not. LeBron is about LeBron. Revisit the China situation.
No, listen. Hey, I get it. We crushed them for it. And we're LeBron fans. We crushed them for it.
I was wearing a LeBron t-shirt with him dressed as a Chinese, in a Chinese army suit.
Yes, you
okay?
were.
Bought
Yes.
the t-shirt the minute it came out.
Yep. Yes, you did.
It was a joke. He's had some low moments publicly. There's no question.
Absolutely. But this is remarkable. It's not often that you guys throw us for a loop. I thought more so than Mark that there was an underlying thing that I thought we could get to 20%, and then therefore this question wouldn't be laughable. I was afraid the first half hour the question was posted, almost every single vote came in that was, of course, I was rooting for Team USA, you dummy. Okay. And Mark was looking at me like, I can't believe you talked me into putting this question up. This is one of the dumbest questions.
And now, as we talked about it again, and people have run to X to vote, it's up to 45% that we're rooting against the United States of America in the Olympics. We're in the United States of America. We're not doing the show in Serbia today. I don't think. Although Mac, our one, world traveler, may be listening somewhere obscure today.
I will say I wore the Turkmenistan soccer t-shirt that he sent us the other day. Fits nice and everything. Thanks, Mac.
It's a comfy shirt. It's in the rotation, David.
I agree. I'm so with you. It is in the rotation. We all have shirts in the rotation. Good shirts and t-shirts in the rotation. Wow. Listen, obviously it's a small sample size. I mean, it's the Miller and Moulton show. It's not like it's the Dan Patrick show or anything. It's not like it's Colin Cowherd and it's getting, 125,000 votes. This isn't Clay Travis putting up a poll or anything,
Although the numbers, if he put up the poll, would be very similar based on his audience.
Well, that's the thing. Okay. I mean, by the way, this is why we don't talk politics on this show.
Damn right.
Honestly, this poll question.
This is as close as we get right here.
Right.
And it scares the hell out of me.
And it's clearly a basketball question. You guys are turning it into whatever it is you want to turn it into.
But you knew when you asked the question
Totally.
that this is the direction that this could go in.
Totally. And I thought it was okay that now we'll find out. People's feelings of LeBron, are they stronger than their feelings towards USA?
And it seems you've lumped a lot of the other NBA players in with LeBron. It's not just LeBron. Your distaste for the league on a whole had you root against one of the greatest collections of NBA talent to ever go on the floor together.
Our Twitch chat room, Johnny Mack, hopefully we get to see LeBron wearing a silver medal. Wow. CBW, not everybody is Steve Kerr fan either. Okay, once again, Politics.
But the coach, and obviously Steve Kerr is very left of center. He's made no bones about it with the things that he said.
Yep.
LeBron the same way. But that causes you to not root for a team that wears USA across their chest? Okay. I find it fascinating.
If you're the NBA, and obviously not everybody in this, throughout the country feels this way. Our audience, which is predominantly Florida, is more conservative than many other parts of this country and most major cities in this country, which is where the NBA thrives. So I'm wondering, though, Mark, that listen, our audience, the geography of our audience, that's a lot of the country politically, if you know what I mean, Mark. When they do that whole electoral college, who they think's going to win what states, there's more red than blue.
Right. And we're not on one of the coasts.
No. So.
And where we're headquartered, it's not red, it's crimson.
So I'm just curious, though, if you're the NBA, would you listen to this discussion, read our text, the comments in the Twitch chat room, see the vote of our poll question, and be concerned, or just go, it's not our base, don't care?
I think that they would go B, because they think they've got everything right. They've just got their new TV deal. They're swimming in money. And yet their numbers are the only sports numbers that have not increased at the rate that others have as far as viewership.
Well, in fact, they've gone down. And you could argue they're the only sport of note whose ratings have declined in the last couple years. Although, as Mark pointed out, ratings down, money way up. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football
This
Summit.
is Miller and Moulton.
Wow. We have people fired up today.
A text line?
Oh, yeah.
No. Good. And we didn't do anything. Poll question. What we thought it was a dumb one. I think we've struck a nerve.
Yes. Yes, we have.
Felipe is freaking out following because I texted him like an hour ago saying, hey, people have actually wondered how you were doing, dealing with the game yesterday, blah, blah, blah. And so then he started following the show this morning. He's completely freaking out. He just texted me. He goes, you guys always told me, and I never knew how right you were. Is the scarf John? Who's the scarf?
No. Oh
that
gosh.
E?
No.
Oh.
The one that you just keep Colin. You just kept saying
Colin,
names,
sorry.
and I'm getting.
Sorry.
I'm like, come on, no.
My bad.
One of the good ones we had.
He's in Nashville.
Yeah, he's in Nashville. All right.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan to join us, coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. He's been to at least 4, but I think as many as 6 training camps since we last spoke with Pat. So we'll get his rundown of how he thinks certain teams have looked. I know he was at Baltimore, Washington, and Tampa the last 3 days. So we'll talk to Pat Kirwan coming up a little more than 15 minutes time. Make sure you sign up for the Floor Meisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's a week from Tuesday. It's Tuesday night, the 20th. MillerandMoulton.com is how you can sign up. MillerandMoulton.com. Sign up. We'll see you there. Dr. Roto, dinner. It's a good time. and it's very informative. It's a masterclass in how to do fantasy football.
Look at you going masterclass there. I like that.
Thank you. Thank
That
you. I
probably
didn't
should have
want to
been
go
on the promo.
I didn't want to go TED Talk. So I wanted to go masterclass.
I like it.
So we threw out a poll question, and here's the funny thing. We actually threw it out late. Okay? Because we didn't want to go with this question because, well, one of us thought it's the dumbest question in the world. It's going to be 91-9 percentage-wise. And
that would be me. That's the dumb person who thought this was just a bad question.
And I thought it was risky, but I thought there was a chance it was 80-20. So I just wanted to see. And Mark said, fine, it's Friday. I'll appease you. So were you rooting for the U.S. yesterday against Serbia, or did you secretly want to see the U.S. lose? 45% of you were hoping for a loss. And it keeps going up. Twitch chat room. All right. You know, I didn't like Brady. Always rooted against Brady till he became the old guy. And then when he got to Tampa, it was like, you know what? I found myself rooting for Brady. I don't do that for LeBron. Although I was rooting for him because he was wearing the USA jersey. But, you know, Baxberg just wanted to point out that, listen, you know, two legends. You know, one guy is considered the GOAT and the other guy is in the discussion. And he's like, yeah, you know what? I got sentimental for the one guy when he got old. I don't have that same sentiment for the other guy.
No, while LeBron has aged well, if you know what I mean. His game has continued to be unbelievable for someone playing at his age. He has not warmed himself to the public as he has gotten older. In fact, if anything, he has become more decisive or divisive rather between what people think about him on either side. Those that like, and it's a politics thing, but it's also an age thing, David. People of the MJ generation don't like LeBron as much.
Well, there's no doubt. And by the way, I think it also backs up a decision that he got criticized for 30 years ago. But in fact, it might have been 1990, I think, was the Senate race in which there was a lot of pressure on Michael Jordan. Obviously, we all know, you know, how big Michael Jordan was in 1990. He hadn't won a title yet, but he was a legend. But also he was a legend in the state of North Carolina. From Wilmington, led North Carolina to the title, blah, blah, blah. And there was an old white Senator, Jesse Helms, and there was a young up-and-coming black guy who was challenging him. And they went to Jordan and said, listen, if you endorse Harvey Gantt, he can win. And Jordan's famous quote was, yeah, Republicans buy sneakers too. And he got criticized for it. People held it against him for 20, 30 years. But Mark, looking at how polarized we are now, and we were not nearly that polarized 35 years ago.
No, not even close.
But how well for his legacy, for his brand, how smart a decision did that turn out to be?
Unbelievable. And it's funny, we got a text earlier in the show that said LeBron could have been this generation's Muhammad Ali. I started laughing because I'm not trying to compare him to Muhammad Ali, who lost his title by protesting a war. But if you think that was a popular decision in the late 60s, you're nuts. I mean, you're absolutely nuts. My grandfather hated Muhammad Ali. Hated. Rooted against him in every fight that he fought because of his politics. And dodging the draft, in my grandfather's words. So he's actually much more similar to him than he is to Jordan in that regard. He's never been as eloquent when trying to speak on these subjects, but he's taken on social issues. You may not agree with him, and that's why we have a lot of the hatred we have for him. But don't think for a minute that Ali's decisions in the 60s were popular. Changing your name from Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali, yeah, that won over a lot of fans.
By the way, it's up to 47%. We're secretly hoping for a loss. I got to admit, this might be the damnedest thing. That's 18 years we've been doing this show. We've been wrong about a lot. Okay. We try really hard to be in touch with our audience. We knew how much it is. We thought we knew how much you didn't like LeBron. We thought we knew how much you didn't like the NBA. But we didn't think there'd be much that would ever override the U and the S and the A on the front of a jersey. I mean, come on now. I mean, think about it. You know, part of the reason why you dislike certain people associated with that team has to do with your patriotism, with your feeling about your country. Whew. Whew, as Vern would say, this is an oofta right here.
Over 47%. It's growing by the minute.
Every time we hit refresh, I swear, man, this Miami-Dade Broward County thing, man, there are votes there. Whew. Man, oh man. I mean, this is Election Day 2000. We were NBC News. We declared this sucker over at about 7:30. I mean, come on. We put the check mark next to Team USA. Nope. Polls were still open in the Panhandle. Votes hadn't been counted yet.
And we did not see this coming.
No.
You have enlightened us on your feelings towards the NBA today. That's the one thing that we know for certain.
And we knew you didn't like it.
Right.
And we knew you didn't like LeBron. But we didn't know it was this much. Holy mackerel. Wow.
Yeah, this is the stunner to us.
It's a simple poll question, too. Mark's got the text line in front of him. He just said during the commercial break, David, we opened up a can of whoop ass today, and you should see the comments that are coming in.
And I'm reading all of them, and we appreciate all of them. We thank you so much for listening and contributing to the show, even if we don't read your text on the air, because sometimes you've gone a little political. And by a little, I mean a lot. And that's okay.
Yeah. This question, we knew this question while not stating anything that political. We knew it was walking in the shallow end. We didn't realize we were cannonballing into the deep end. Damn.
The good news for everybody is on the other side. We will switch gears completely and talk about the one thing that we are absolutely positive that you love, the National Football League. Pat Kirwan's been doing his training camp tours. He will join us next, and we'll go back and see what he saw at camp and look ahead to the season with Miller and Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Next. Mark?
David?
Did you get my text? Pat says he hasn't gotten a link.
I sent it to him. Tell him I'm sending it again right now.
Yep.
Pat.Kirwan?
No, Pat Kirwan at.
Okay. Oh, there it is. I sent it to the wrong one. My bad. Somehow I had dot in my history.
Problem. YouTube banned in Russia.
Good morning.
Sorry about that, Pat.
That's okay.
I sent it to the wrong email address. Somehow I had a dot in there that shouldn't have been there.
Hey, in the world of the where media is today, I thought for sure you fired me. And what a way to let me know you're not connected.
Well, Pat, okay, the building where Mark is, okay, we both used to show up and put our little card to the thing. And if it worked, it was like, I'll be damned.
Another day of employment. Yes.
Yep.
I told you how it worked at the Jets. Every morning you went in and checked the mail room. If your name wasn't on the mailbox, they took you off and it moved everyone up one. So I laughed. I said, okay, little pill to swallow here, but I can deal with it. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Good.
You?
How's it going? Oh, yeah, it's going great. You know, we lucked out. Well, for me, lucked out. We got a canceled Tampa. We'll probably go back and visit them in a week or so, but it was trying to get out of Baltimore because the storm was coming right up the coast and planes weren't landing in Baltimore. That was supposed to be the ones taking us back. So they didn't want to. And Jimmy, there was extra pressure because Jimmy's doing the Bear game, and he had to get to Chicago to get a suit or something and get over there for interviews and all that stuff. So they were smart enough to say, yeah, we'll just go back and do it in 10 days or so. I think we're going to be coming out of Denver. We might just swing into Tampa and do it.
So you're back on the road next week?
Sunday. We're going to Atlanta, Houston, Denver, the next 3.
Okay.
They like to send me where they know I know the coach real well. And Raheem Morris, he was a Hofstra guy.
Right.
And my brother trained him. He was trying to be a player in the league, and he was a little too slow. Great guy, though.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, not really.
Too slow, though, I mean.
Oh, yeah, well, not Mark. I can see already. You might have been slow on sending me the goddamn link, but he's fast. I heard you play. You play golf in less than 3 hours.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Joined by Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains on Sirius XM. It's also part of CBS's NFL Today show. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Opening up this month in Lakewood Ranch. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Good morning, Pat. How you been? How are your travels?
Oh, great. Things are going good. You get a tremendous insight at the camp so far. It's always about access. How many players can we really sit down and talk to? Great conversation the other day with my good friend Steve Bisciotti. He stayed with us for 45 minutes. We rambled on. We used 30 minutes on the air, but it was, when you get those kind of things, then you're getting something done. Lamar was phenomenal. And I said, I don't really want to talk about the last game last year, but I do want you to describe what you said and what you did when Flowers had the fumble and the issue that he kind of thought. And I said, I was on the sideline. He went in the tank and I saw you with him, and he kind of brought himself back, and he talked all about, how he handles players. That was fun, that kind of stuff. And some of it's just funny quotes from guys. So yeah, I'm having a lot of fun doing it. And, getting as I tell you all the time, guys, getting the critical cell phone numbers all going to need during the season.
No doubt. And I caught a lot of that Ravens day. Derrick Henry was fascinating to me just about the change that he saw in going to the Ravens organization and what, what they talked about being a Raven, what that means. I found that fascinating, Pat.
Yeah. When I said to him, that everyone all over the place down there in signs, play like a Raven. I think it started with Rex Ryan, actually, all the way back then. And his answer, you heard it, Mark. And I said, what does it mean, play like a Raven? The first thing he said is, it's real, man. Like, they live that motto every day. And that, what does it mean? It means play hard, don't be stupid, be responsible for what your assignments are. I think Ray Lewis had a lot with affecting people about that stuff, and be combative on the football field. Don't waste a minute. It was brutally hot there, and they had a 2.5 hour practice, and you would have never known it was hot out. They just kept getting after each other all day long.
Well, isn't he used to that? I mean, for goodness sakes, he just played, 6 years with Vrabel? I mean, I can't imagine that things were soft there.
Well, I think they weren't as talented, number one. And number two, I think the guy sees a lot more stars on this team. He sees a lot more players that are all pro types. And he definitely felt the history of the place, because a lot of guys are backing around. And I always think that's important, not that they can play anymore, but that they're there and they're kind of reminding you of what it's all about. He said to me that a lot of them went up to him and made sure he knew that they were watching and everything else. So, yeah, guys would say that kind of stuff wherever they go. But I've been around the Ravens enough to know it is real, and I knew it was going to be a positive effect for him. I said, do me one favor. The next time you're in a championship game and all of a sudden they're passing too much, would you walk over and stand next to John? Just stand next to him. He'll figure it out after that, because the big horse is right here. Secretariat's right next to me.
All right, Pat, I was listening to an interview with the Niners, and they just talked about how it's, Super Bowl or bust for them. Aren't the Ravens in a similar situation with Lamar, that something's got to happen in the postseason this year?
Yes. Now, I think it's more Lamar feels that way. He feels like he owes his team that. when you listen to the owner, Steve was, wants to win. I was standing next to him before the game last year, and he was nervous Nelly about it, but he also sees the big picture all the time. That's why he's so successful. But I do think Lamar feels like he owes it to his teammates to deliver the big one. So yeah, they have that pressure on them. Baltimore, Buffalo, Detroit. When I left those places, they clearly have one objective, and they don't think it's going to be a successful season if they don't get to the game.
Talking the NFL with Pat Kirwan, which will obviously do so twice a week during the season. All right, let's go back to late last week. Tell us where you've been. We know you did Baltimore and Washington this week. Go back to late last week. Last we talked to you, I believe you were at the Steelers.
Yep. So quickly, we went to the Patriots. Flashes of things that are intriguing. Joe Mixon, but I've seen Joe look like this before, and he apparently played pretty well last night. Detroit looks to me like a super contender. The Steelers are going to sneak up on people. They might be better than a lot of people think. And then off to Cleveland. And now you get there. And so when I got there, the rumors were flying around about Ayuk for Cooper, paying really close attention. A lot of times when a guy hears his name in a trade, he's not happy. But I think for guys who hear San Francisco, there was no griping from him and no holding out of practice. I thought just talking to Myles Garrett and all the things he does, he's not satisfied, and he's done very well for himself. So I do think they're contenders. I will say, I don't think I can convince myself yet that Deshaun Watson is going to be the guy who played in Houston, but he definitely knows this offense now. He did not know it the first year. He wasn't really ready to perform. He clearly looks like he took a step towards returning to who he was. And if that's true, time will tell, then they'll have a chance. Replacing Chubb, because I don't think Chubb's going to be ready maybe till November. That to me is a question. They like to talk about Ford. I get it. But Chubb is a difference maker. Offensive line, good as always. DeJuan Jones, they hit a home run there. He wasn't going to play, but Conklin got hurt last year. He only played 22 plays. Jones played terrific. So they're pretty good on that side. I always worry a little bit about their defensive tackles. And I don't think Shelby Harris and Tomlinson at this point, Tomlinson's on PUP, he was the day I was there. So they're going to need Mike Hall to step up. When I had Mike at the team, I kind of thought he was a utility guy, the backup end, the backup tackle. That's not a bad thing. That's who I thought he was, but he might have to be more than that for them. So that's Cleveland. The Jets, I went there with not much expectation. Rodgers looked tremendous physically, and I think they're being just smart with him right now. That is an Achilles. There's no reason to put him on wet fields and all that business, but his arm looked terrific. His rhythm was great. The up-tempo offense, the other guys are learning to catch up with him on that stuff. I don't know if the old tackles break down. The young kid Olu is pretty darn good. So I was never prepared to say they'd contend for a wild card. Now I will.
For just a wild card or for a division. I mean, the schedule's there, Pat. I thought the one thing, I listened to your interview with Aaron Rodgers, the one thing that fascinated me that he said is that to forget about the injury. When you can play and forget that you had the injury, that seems like he's far enough along that it should help him for this year. But do you think they're just a contender for a wild card, or now after seeing them, they're a contender for that division?
Baby steps for me all the time, because I thought when I got done with Buffalo was better. So that's the answer to that for now. I haven't seen Miami. The thing about these guys, it's too many old players for me to think they can go 17 games without some breakdowns. The tackles are old. So I like them. I'll give you the guys where I got big question marks. The three offensive, Simpson, I like Simpson. He'll be fine. Mike Williams came off PUP, so I'm okay with that. Morgan Moses, he broke down last year. Tyron Smith breaks down every year. But then on defense, they want Javon Kinlaw to be a war daddy. He has never been one. He was supposed to be one. So they need Kinlaw to play really well, and I haven't seen that yet. The rest of it, I kind of like. I mean, Mosley and the boys are good at linebacker. Chuck Clark is back. He didn't even play last year. Aaron Rodgers didn't play last year. Moses was out a lot. So I think there's a couple of question marks where I wouldn't put the division in their sights. Not yet.
We're talking NFL with Pat Kirwan. He of SiriusXM's Moving the Chains on NFL Radio, channel 88. Also part of the NFL Today on CBS. He'll be back at work in about 4 weekends there. All right. You saw the Commanders.
Yes.
I believe their quarterback is CJ Stroud with more mobility. Your thoughts on what it is you got to see and your thoughts of him?
Yeah, I when I got done with the camp and trying to review what we witnessed, I thought he is the best chance to be CJ Stroud. So I totally agree with you, David, on that. Jimmy has spent a lot of time in Chicago, and he likes both guys. I said, pick one, and he didn't want to do it, of course. So I just kept pressing him. He said, Jaden Daniels. And I lean on Jim for the most current information on Caleb. So I'm a big fan of Jaden Daniels. He's got a terrific deep ball, and he demonstrated that at camp. He had a 5-play series where the first play was a bad out route throw. He knew it. He was mad. The next one, he couldn't get the screen pass over the defensive end's head, so he threw it too deep. He was frustrated with that. The third play, he threw it out of bounds, which tells me he's got some veteran qualities. It was the right play. The next 2 plays, a deep corner route for a touchdown, and then a deep vertical route for a touchdown, and they were beautiful throws on time. So I'm with you on him. How far can they go? I call Washington a 2-year project. There's just too many things that have to come together, plus the speculation on your part and mine that he's going to be that guy. But they can run the ball. Austin Eckler, to me, is the best back pocket ace that Jaden Daniels has. He can line up and run any route. He's really spirited with the kid. He is really trying to nurture him. And I think there's already a trust factor, like when in trouble, dump it to Eckler. So I do like some of those things they have. We all love the defensive tackles there. But after that, my biggest bullseye issue is their right defensive end is Cleveland Farrell. He has 13 sacks in 5 years. In that world, when you've got to get Prescott on the ground and Jalen Hurts on the ground, when your right end can't rush the passer, his best year was his rookie year with 4.5 sacks. So I do worry about them in the pass rush business.
Pat, there's a lot of noise, obviously, in Dallas every year. There's more this year. There's a little noise in Philadelphia with new coordinators and a coach and a quarterback that apparently didn't get along last year. How much of that noise do you pay attention to?
Well, I do think that they had some considerations about, and they may not see it this way or ever accept that I said this, but I think they were thinking about making a coaching change. I think they were thinking that maybe it's time we do something. They didn't do it, which I'm glad. I'm always glad for coaches that get a chance. I don't care about the little scuffle. You know, Jalen is now arguing with the head coach about concepts in the offense. You know, just execute the offense, please. But I do think if they don't show significant progress here as a football team and no slumps, I think if that owner sees a 3 or 4 game slump where the tackling looks terrible and guys are jumping off sides, I think you'd see a change.
I'm giving Sirianni a little bit of a mulligan because, Pat, I just think he went from getting his initial coordinator hires right to getting his second round of coordinator hires wrong. And you do, and we try to on this show, but I don't think we talk enough about coaching and how important it is. And clearly, the head coach and the coordinators and the team did not trust one another in Philly.
Yeah, so, you know, people that watch games and listen to talk shows and everything else, it's clear to me that they only have one definition of coach leadership, and it's, you know, animated, screaming and yelling. That's what they think the coach should be. When they see a guy that's that, which is what Sirianni is, he's very electric on the sideline. You better have coordinators that offset that personality with a calm, different style, because a head coach who's jumping up and down, you never saw Belichick do that. Pete did it. He was a jump up and down guy, but I think you got to be careful that you think that's the way players respond. So the coordinators, in my mind, have always had to offset the head coach. If the head coach is kind of slow and quiet and carry like Ron Rivera type guys, then the coordinators have to rev it up. So I think there was a little bad chemistry. I think right now the guy running the defense I think he's going to fix a lot of things. They're not going to look the way they did down the stretch last year.
And Pat, that kind of leads me to where I wanted to go. Is that from who you've seen, who's the toughest team you've seen, and does that matter? I mean, because what it sounds like you're talking about Fangio and that defense, they're going to be tougher. That makes a difference to me. Does it to you?
It does. I think they've accepted their non-professional behavior down the stretch last year. It was hard to watch, and it was almost shocking to see because they started out like the team we all thought they'd be. I picked them to win the division. Jimmy took Dallas, and Jim's switching back to Philly this year. But, you saw enough that you said, yeah, they're the real deal. They're going to the Super Bowl. And then all of a sudden, it all fell apart. Toughness, there is a degree of toughness in Pittsburgh, for sure. It's always there, and it's still there. But I do think that Detroit is not going to fall down and go backwards. I think they're going to keep rolling forward, and they are pretty tough. Especially, you know why they're tough? Because their offensive line beats guys up in practice every day.
Best one in the league. So it should. 10 seconds here. Where are you headed next?
Going to Atlanta Sunday afternoon. We're flying to Atlanta Monday all day with those guys. See my buddy Raheem Morris, and then from there right to Houston. We get a chance to sit down with Nick, and he can explain to me the building of this team. Very fascinating project, the way he did it. It's not the usual way. He had a lot of one-year deals, and then off to Denver, which I have no idea what I'm going to see.
He's Pat Kirwan. NFL Radio's moving the chains. Today it'll be 3 to 7, but his training camp tours continue. Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, and all points in between, including Lakewood Ranch. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat, safe travels. All the best. We'll talk next week when your schedule allows here on Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller from Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th at 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller and Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller and Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller and Moulton like Miller and Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller and I'm at the David Moulton.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Remember what I told you before the show?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting worse.
Oh, man.
Rooting for the USA, starting to. My expectation is they play for the ACC title.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton on this Friday, final hour of the week, the Diamond District bonus hour and the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Our poll question today, and boy, it struck a bigger nerve than we thought, and the reaction is far stronger than we thought. Were you rooting for the U.S. men's basketball team yesterday against Serbia, or did you secretly, want to see the U.S. lose? 44% of you were hoping for a loss. It's been as high as 47% of you.
And this is a reasonably normal vote for us. We don't get a ton of votes.
No, we get 100 to 150 votes most days. Right now, we're at around 100. 56.44 is the percentile. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, if you would like to vote. Rooting for the USA yesterday or hoping for a loss. Mark thought it would be 91 to 9.
I did.
Percentile.
I thought it was a dumb question. I can't even, to me, not rooting for the USA is something that doesn't ever enter my brain.
I thought it was going to be 80-20. And I thought the 20 would be just a big enough margin that Mark would go, okay, wasn't a dumb question. It proved your point. Maybe 75-25, Mark. Maybe I would have gone that high. Not 56-44. And this vote's been between 53-47 and 58-42 for a while now.
So go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton on X or Miller_Moulton to vote.
Fantasy Football Summits in 11 days, Tuesday night the 20th. Want to see you there. Only one way to sign up, millerandmoulton.com, millerandmoulton.com. Go and sign up. Seating is limited. It usually sells out, so sign up and register.
Let me ask you a question, David. Something that I kind of asked Pat on the whole of what he's seen, but I want to ask it specifically about the AFC East. Who's the toughest team in that division? And is that going to play a part in who wins that division? Because I don't think Miami's the toughest team. I don't.
No.
I wish they were, but they're not.
No, they're the flashiest team.
Right.
In the division. Right. Well,
I mean, until proven otherwise, Buffalo's the toughest team in the division, right?
yes. I mean, the Jets' defense is the toughest unit. Emphasis on toughest. The Jets' defense is the toughest unit in the league. But the toughest team, until proven otherwise, remember, we go back 2 years, Mark, with the Jets. They were 7-4, and they lost out. And then last year, obviously, they were a mess. I mean, once Rodgers got hurt, they were done. Just done. So it's tough to, the defense hung in there for like 12 games, and then they were out of gas, and they fell apart. I think it's remarkable they won the 7 games that they did with their quarterback play, as bad as it was.
And that's my concerns with the Dolphins heading into December, if you know what I mean. When push comes to shove, are they going to be a tough enough team to do what's necessary to win that division? Because I don't think you can just win the division with flash.
Here's a problem that I see for the Dolphins, besides the fact that I really think it was lined up for them last year and that they blew their window of opportunity. Can they keep sweeping the Jets, Mark? Tua's never lost to the Jets. I mean, that's, so they're finding a way more times than not to get a split with Buffalo. They're sweeping the Jets. The Dolphins actually, between Flores and McDaniel, have been doing pretty well in the division. Well, it's tough to expect them to get more than a split with Buffalo. I think it's difficult to expect more than a split this year with the Jets. So now the best you're looking at is 4-2.
Correct. And the Dolphins have, it's a tougher schedule this year than it was a year ago.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this. The Dolphins' last 2 games are in Cleveland against the Browns the Sunday after Christmas and at the Jets. I'm just talking about weather. I'm not talking, because we can go before that. They play the Niners, they play the Texans, the Jets, the Packers.
Green Bay. I mean, their last 6 are Green Bay, at Green Bay, home for the Jets, at Houston, home for San Francisco, at Cleveland, at the Jets. We talk about how tough Pittsburgh's schedule is, and rightly so. But this last 6 for the Miami Dolphins is a son of a gun.
And for the last 6 on the road, by the way, once again, beginning with the Sunday after Thanksgiving, a Sunday night game in Green Bay in late November. Probably weather could be interesting by then. I remember doing a game with Fox, Packers Rams in early November. It snowed. Then they host the Jets. Then they're at Houston. Then they host the Niners. Then they're at Cleveland and at the Jets. I mean, Mark, if I offered you 3-3 for that stretch with a split with the Jets, since that's the division games, if I offered you 3-3, including a split with the Jets, would you take it, or would you hedge your bet that no, this is the year we need to go like 4-2 in a stretch like that and prove that we're one of the best teams?
Without, obviously knowing injuries and what happens to teams' roster, but looking at what I perceive these teams to be right now, I would take 3-3, meaning the Jets have to figure, or the Dolphins have to figure out a way to get 7 before that.
But when you think in terms of toughness, right now, at the Browns on December 29th, currently scheduled to be a night game also, Sunday night game, and then at the Jets to end the season. I mean, your gut feeling, it comes down to winners in, losers out. And who knows, Mark, maybe Dolphins at Jets on January 5th for the division title. Who knows? But winners in, losers out. Dolphins at Jets, January 5th. What's your gut say?
My gut says that you're probably right and that the Dolphins aren't tough enough to win that game on January 5th in New York. That's what my gut tells me right now.
Well, they're going to have a chance to prove it. Because A, their schedule down the stretch ain't easy. I mean, the Jets are the easiest team on their schedule based on last year's win total. Browns won 11 last year. Niners 13. Texans won the division with 10 and won a playoff game. Packers won a playoff game. Expect to be better this year. It's on the road. I mean, I don't know how many of these games are going to be favored in. Now, before that, Patriots, Raiders, they got Arizona, they got Indy, they got the Patriots, the Titans, the Seahawks. They got some games in which you're like, well, they got to win those.
Speaking of Indy, there's a lot of people have a lot of high hopes for the Indianapolis Colts. I'm not one of them, but there are a lot of people that believe in that quarterback and that team to make a leap this year. I have trouble seeing it.
Well, it's tough to bet on a quarterback who, A, hasn't done it at this level before, but also, B, Mark, has not proven since high school that he can complete a season healthy. And here's the other thing which is interesting. Deshaun Watson's a pocket passer. Most of the quarterbacks that were in Cleveland last year were pocket passers. So when Joe Flacco came off his couch to quarterback the Browns, he could continue to play the style of quarterback that he's played his whole career. He could be the pocket passer, a little play action fake. I mean, they won't even ask him to run a half a boot. This is what I find interesting about Indianapolis. They want Richardson to play a certain way.
Right. They want what Philadelphia did with Hurts. I mean, that's why they hired the guy they hired.
Yeah, they want a combination of Jalen Hurts and Cam Newton. That's why they drafted him 4th overall. Well, if he gets hurt, which history says he will, aren't you playing a completely different offense with Joe Flacco the next couple of weeks? I mean, completely different offense. I mean, this is one of the struggles that Baltimore has. They're all in on Lamar. Their style of play suits their quarterback. So what has Baltimore been trying to find? Poor man Lamar as backup, and they can't.
But you can't have any polar opposites than what you have going on in Indianapolis.
No.
And they start off, they got 3 of their first 5 at home, but Houston, at Green Bay, home for Chicago, home for Pittsburgh, at Jacksonville.
Well, also, let's be honest, Mark. Don't we look at the NFL right now? And I know everybody hates the NBA, so maybe a better comparison would be the NHL, but I don't know if enough people follow the NHL to, agree with this analogy. But how many bad teams are there now? If you know what I mean. I mean, when you look at these schedules now, outside of Arizona, Carolina, New England, tell me who you look at. Maybe the Giants, some of you may be the Commanders. But I mean, how many teams out of 32 do you look at and go, oh, well, that's a W? With no hesitation, with no, tricky. They could beat you.
I'll throw Denver and the Saints into that mix as well.
Oh, wow. You'll throw the Saints? They won 9 games last year. Wow. Okay.
I think they're going to regress. I don't believe in that team at all.
So your gut feeling right now, bad teams, not below average teams, bad teams. Like you look at the schedule and you go, oh, W. How many you got in the NFL right now?
I've got the Giants, I've got Carolina, I've got New England, and I've got Denver. And I think I'm going to be right about New Orleans when it's all said and done. But that's a really difficult place to play.
So there you go. It's another reason why I think when everybody looks at their schedule nowadays, they go, I don't know, this looks hard. This looks challenging.
Yeah, I have trouble seeing a team getting to 14 this year, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't know how the Ravens got to 13 last year. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when, preview the weekend. It's all coming up. The Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com, Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
It's a huge day. A lot happened today. Are you flipping kidding me? That's BS. Oh, all right. At least they gave him Monday off. Golly. That's awful, though. Just like Detroit, Trent. That's just because you love the Lions jersey so much. Or helmets. Helmets, right?
No, the new jerseys, I thought.
Jerseys?
I don't know. It wasn't on. We got Patriots and Panthers on the NFL Network last night. Had that put me to sleep in the third quarter.
Yinzer, there's a chance. I think we might be somewhere else, but I think we have a chance that CBS is going to do that Michigan and Illinois game. I saw the Red Grange throwbacks also. I think it's either USC at Maryland or Michigan and Illinois. I think is our choice that week. Paula, you and Trent should get together. At least at a Lions game. Trent, I just want to know, is the girlfriend, does she make the cut to go to regular season games too? And when is she becoming a fiance? To admit, if I'm the girlfriend, I'm kind of. Yes, quick, we did. 30 plus years, but.
For you, Trent, 10 seconds.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Friday, which we thought was going to be a football Friday. Pat Kirwan, our only scheduled guest, he obviously hardcore football. But we threw out a poll question a little over 2 hours ago, and we didn't think it was going to be that great a question. Just kind of wondering. So when the U.S. men's national team was losing by 17 and then by 13 in the fourth, I mean, were you rooting for USA? Or we know a lot of you don't like LeBron and Steve Kerr's politics, KD, the NBA. So, come on, secretly, how many of you were rooting for a loss? 42% of you rooting for a loss. At that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. That's our poll question. Wow. We hope you keep voting, and we want you to be honest.
I've enjoyed your honesty on the text line today. 21,000 is the number. The keyword's Miller if you've never texted the show before, or if you haven't texted in a while because of the changes recently of the show. We've had to change the keyword. The keyword is now Miller.
Now, Mark's very busy during the show these days. He's chief engineer, he's lead producer, co-host, but he also monitors the text line. And usually we get a decent number of texts, but we're not overwhelmed with texts. So Mark can read the text line and not be overwhelmed by it. Mark, I've sensed during the commercial breaks today that we are getting so many texts on this topic. The reason you're being quiet is you're just reading the text line.
Just reading breaks. Just responding to a couple. But, I mean, David, to sum it up, I got a couple of texts, on the phone, because there are some people that don't like the text line. They just text us. They've known us long enough for one reason or another. They have our number, listen to the show.
Well, they called the front desk and they asked for the number back in the day, and they got it.
This texter, I was hoping they'd get their asses totally kicked. They're a bunch of arrogant.
Totally kicked.
Yeah.
So when they were down 17, that wasn't enough, apparently.
I think that would have been enough. That would have been humiliating.
Oh, my goodness. Are you kidding me? Please.
I mean, losing by one would have been catastrophic, but getting blown out the way that they were getting beat in that game would have been an all-timer that they would have had to wear for the rest of their lives.
the legacy. I mean, LeBron, Steph, KD, Steve Kerr. By the way, we have not talked about this. Kerr did it again. Remember earlier in the tournament, they played Serbia. He didn't play Jason Tatum and Tyrese Halliburton. Now, Halliburton's clearly been the 12th guy on this team. He's the third string point guard. LeBron obviously can play point forward. I mean, Halliburton was there in case of injury. He was. And they've struggled to find him minutes where you thought, wow, he's an important part of this team. But this is the second time that Jason Tatum didn't play a second. All right. I don't do prop bets. I'm telling you right now, for the rest of Jason Tatum's career, for as long as Steve Kerr is the coach of the Warriors, whatever the point total prop bet is for Tatum, I'm betting the over. Jason Tatum is reportedly furious with Steve Kerr and the coaching staff and how he's been used. I'm wondering if he plays for Team USA in 4 years.
Well, Kerr won't be the coach. Well, he might. If Kerr's the coach, I don't know if he will.
But also, you wonder, like, we don't think LeBron will be playing on the team in Los Angeles. Right. But, you know, if there's still an old guard that is going to be catered to, will Jason Tatum say, nah, blank this. I've been through this already. Because I think Jason Tatum's thinking 4 years from now, like, the team will go through me. He'll be like, what, 30? I mean, he'll probably think, you know, it'd be my team in 4 years. Enough of the KD and the Steph and LeBron and what have you. It's me. It's Anthony Edwards. It's, you know, my teammate who they didn't put on the team this year. You know, I mean, it'll be our team. But think about if they had lost and Tatum didn't play a second. Also, how fascinating is it? They were struggling, obviously, for 3 quarters. I mean, Booker wasn't playing that great. I know Tatum's more of a 3 and Booker's more of a 2, but I mean, really? In the first 3 quarters, we were getting our handed to us. There was no spot for Jason Tatum? I mean, Mark, I'm telling you, Steve Kerr, I mean, LeBron obviously would have taken the biggest hit because he's the most polarizing guy. But, Mark, if they had lost yesterday and Steve Kerr doesn't play Jason Tatum a second, he gets destroyed.
Absolutely. 100%. And rightly so.
It does seem preposterous. He's first team All-NBA. I mean, are there really? There's 10 guys who are better than him? I'm serious. In the whole NBA, never mind 10 Americans that are better than him.
Thank you. That's
are
what I
there
was just gonna
10
get to.
guys in the NBA better than him? Because when they voted on it this year, there weren't 5 guys better than him. He made first team All-NBA. And he's made it twice. And he's 26. Wow. That was drama yesterday, Mark.
Well, and then you get to a point when you don't have him in the game. Where do you put him? How do you put him in? No, I'm just saying, you know, as the game's going on,
Now, in the fourth quarter, you know, Embiid, LeBron, Steph, KD, they were all terrific. I mean, you know, maybe whoever you put as the 5th guy gets in the way. You know, I don't know. But, man, for the first 3 quarters, are we sure? So, that was something.
USA prevails, and it looks like a lot of you didn't want them to.
No.
And, you know, and it's all political. I've got USA first, but will not root for the women's team because of Brittany Griner. I mean, I've gotten a few of those today. I've got a few this has caused some former U.S. women's soccer team, not necessarily this current team. But it's their politics. That's all it is.
Okay, but what happened? So you'll root for the U.S. women's team in 4 years when Griner's not on it? I will say we've got a few people in the chat room who said they're rooting against the U.S. women's national team because they put Caitlin Clark on it.
That's ridiculous.
Well, I'm just telling you what they said.
And I'm just saying that that's ridiculous.
By the
We're going to root for another country over the U.S. because of the selection committee? That's what it's come to?
Yep. Bunch of arrogant blanks is what they basically said. Although, let's be honest, they know they screwed up.
Yeah, they do.
They do. They know. I mean, Dawn Staley admitted they got it wrong. Sue Bird has come out and said, this was a mistake. By the way, 57-43 right now, the percentile. So 3 out of 7 of you were rooting for the U.S. to lose yesterday.
That is just mind-boggling to me. I have been shocked throughout the whole show when this vote started to turn the other way. And I understood. I thought I understood just how much our audience was anti-NBA. I didn't think it was not in front of country, if you know what I mean.
Has there ever been a team that wore the U, the S, and the A on the front of their uniform that's ever been this unpopular?
No.
Wow.
No.
Be curious if that.
Fact, David.
Be curious, Mark, if that sentiment remains 4 years from now. It'll be in the U.S. It'll be, USA, USA. Be curious. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when we'll preview the weekend. It's all coming up. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
20 years ago, Jason and I had the idea for a jewelry store like no other, with a vast selection of certified diamonds priced 8 to 12% over cost. A team of individuals who are educated, driven, and believe in cultivating relationships.
Today, we have become one of the largest independent jewelry stores in the country. Todd and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day, along with our GIA gemologists, master jewelers, custom designers, and non-commissioned diamond consultants, all of which we consider family.
As direct diamond importers, we travel the world, forging relationships and sourcing diamonds. What we love most about our business is that we can call Southwest Florida our home.
If selection, value, and comfort are important to you, give the Diamond District an opportunity. You won't find a better diamond buying experience. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, Adam. That was easy.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
The home stretch on this Friday. Website's open 24/7, though. You can sign up after the show, tonight, over the weekend, millerandmoulton.com, millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for the Floormeisters Fantasy Football Summit. It's Tuesday night, the 20th. It's in Fort Myers, Shoeless Joe's, in the revamped Doubletree in the Bell Tower Shops. It's a neat event. It really is. And those of you who've like, I've been wanting to go. Well, okay. Still got openings. millerandmoulton.com. Sign up. Love to see you there. We'll both be there, by the way. Singing happy birthday to my mom.
Yeah, last year you weren't able to make it.
Nope.
So this year you're going to be there.
Yep.
And, there's a chance on the day of it that Moulton and Miller could go to the bank together. It's not for sure.
It's true.
But there could be a trip to the bank together in our future.
Together. Now,
I have to go to the bank today for Miller and Moulton. David went to the bank last week for Miller and Moulton. There is a chance that we have to go to the bank together.
Right. Exactly. And then we're going to celebrate as if we're dating, and we're going to go to the post office.
Oh, good God.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Where do we start today? 1945, kind of a biggie, David. We dropped the Fat Man Bob on Nagasaki.
Yeah. It's all we had left, too. I mean, they thought we had a bunch. We had two.
The Beatles released Revolver today in 1966. The Tate LaBianca murders were committed today in 1969 by Charles Manson and his followers. Nixon resigns in 74. Gerald Ford sworn in as the President of the United States.
Yep.
Never elected to a damn thing.
No, press conference was last night, but effective at noon tomorrow. And today, 50 years ago, was noon tomorrow.
Here's to President Ford for the first time today. The Edmonton Oilers traded Wayne Gretzky to the LA Kings today in 1988.
Okay, bigger, a U.S. president resigning, or in Canada, Gretzky being traded? What was bigger?
In Canada, Gretzky it's not close.
Well, I'm not saying Nixon.
in comparison to Nixon resigning in the States.
Right.
Gretzky getting traded from Edmonton.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That
yeah.
In Canada, Gretzky being traded was a bigger deal than in the United States, a president resigning.
I think so.
I do too. And I saw them both.
The great Jerry Garcia passed away today in 1995.
Wow, it's been that long.
Yeah.
Almost 30.
And Usain Bolt wins the 200 at the London Games to be the first to win the 100-200 double in back-to-back Olympic Games today in 2012.
He was really fast.
Yeah, safe to say. Ken Norton, Jim Kick, Whitney Houston would have all celebrated birthdays today.
Oh, wow.
Bob Cousy's 96. Rod Laver's 86.
Brett Hull's foot is still in the crease, and he's 60 years old today. I'm not ever letting that go.
No, it's the only time you're pro Buffalo the way you are. You are convinced that we should just pick up the 99 Stanley Cup Finals in double overtime of Game 6.
Yes. He was in the crease. They called him every game, the whole season.
The whole season they disallowed that goal. And they decided, what, just because they had brought stuff out onto the ice for the ceremony, just to send them off.
Deion Sanders is 57 today. Rod Brindamore, 54. And Jamarcus Russell's 39.
Mr. Purple Drank?
Purple Drank.
Purple Drank.
What did I miss, David?
Well, Jesse Owens won his 4th gold medal today in 36. Went over about as well in Germany as the first 3 did. And we loved him for it. Wished he could have won 6.
Damn right there.
And it was 10 years ago today that Michael Brown got killed in Ferguson, Missouri by police. That didn't work out well for Missouri or the country. That was a problem. But yeah, that's what I got.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Michigan for the good, where a guy misses the Fantasy 5 by 1 digit. Did not stop him from playing the next day. He would hit the next day. Missed by a digit. And then the next day wins $800,000.
Playing the same numbers?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Wait a minute. So that means in back-to-back plays.
You know what? I'm sorry. I looked through it. I don't know if he played the same numbers. Maybe he played quick picks. Probably played quick picks.
Well, even that's remarkable. Right. My good. That's like, throwing a no-hitter the one start and taking a no-no into like the 7th or the 8th the next.
It's a great analogy right there, David.
Thank you.
For the bad, we go to Pennsylvania, where the Pennsylvania Game Commission was called out to Meadow Family Fun Mini Golf in Duncansville. Kid was playing the claw machine game and discovered a groundhog had gotten into the claw machine game. Not a stuffed groundhog, a real groundhog. If there were a live animal in the claw machine, would it make that game more fun? Finally, the ugly. We come back to the gritty streets of Southwest Florida and Lee County, where investigators are searching for a person seen taking several adult toys from a sex shop in North Fort Myers early Monday morning. According to Southwest Florida Crime Stoppers, it happened at the Tender Moments adult store at 2:37 in the morning. Surveillance footage shows a person throwing something at the store before kicking at it. Then once inside the store, picked up several items before fleeing on foot. No word as to exactly what he took from the sex shop, and they're not letting you know. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, August the 9th, 2024.
So they're wrapping up track and field over the next couple days. U.S. women's basketball team in action today in the semis. I think tomorrow is U.S. women's soccer going for gold. The gold medal count, by the way, is 30-29 between the U.S. and China.
I think China's going for a couple more golds today, too. I watched a table tennis semifinal yesterday, and I think the Chinese guy was going to win to go to the finals.
Well, in theory, we're going to add a couple of basketball golds, right?
Yes.
So in theory, never mind anymore. Women's golf, by the way, they're just about wrapping up round 3. So that'll get decided tomorrow as well. It could be half of the final round of the men's tournament. That'd be incredible. So everybody's playing today in baseball, obviously, Mark. In fact, we have a doubleheader. Make up double dip. Cleveland. Cleveland in Minnesota.
This is a big double dip right here for the Twinkies.
It's a 4-game series in the Twin Cities. Minnesota 3 back in the loss column. If you're the Twins and you take 3 out of 4 here, you'd be a game and a half out and 1 in the loss column. This could be it. This could be, your stand here. But Mark, it's a 2 o'clock and an 8 o'clock.
I like when we have time in between the games, David.
We do. We do. For those interested, the second game's on Apple TV. Rangers Yankees on MLB Network at 7. Mets Mariners on MLB Network at 10. Mets have moved ahead of the Braves. Braves are in Colorado. I mean, that's the type of team you want to be facing when you're struggling. But, Phillies and Diamondbacks continue their series. Remember, they met in the LCS last year. Phillies won last night. Cleveland, Minnesota.
Boston hosting Houston. I think that's a big one for the Sox as they're trying to get to that final wild card spot.
And Astros tied with Seattle atop the West. And for the heck of it, the Cubs and the White Sox. White Sox made a managerial change yesterday. Grady Sizemore's managerial debut.
Fireworks night on the South Side tonight as the Cubs and the White Sox go at it.
Rays are hosting the Orioles. Baltimore's been scuffling for a while now, even before the All-Star break. Marlins, Mark, who just lost 3 out of 4 to the Reds, are playing the hottest team in baseball. The Padres have won 14 of 16. They just got done going into Pittsburgh and sweeping the Pirates. They're on a 5-game winning streak. And yet, this game's close to a pick'em from a betting standpoint. What are we missing? I mean, seriously, the Marlins starter has an ERA just under 6. The Padres are the hottest team in baseball. The Marlins are the Marlins, and they just lost 3 out of 4 to the Reds at home.
So you want to bet the Padres today is what you're telling me?
I'm
not afraid.
I mean, I've seen it as low as minus 125. Just saying.
It's pretty good odds for a hot team against a bad team. There's no doubt there.
So there you have it. That's what's going on in baseball. And the Olympics wrapping up in the next couple of days.
And David, obviously missing what's important tonight in the sports world. That's because the Miami Dolphins are playing at 7 o'clock against Atlanta, preseason football. In fact, because Miami will be on locally here where we are in Southwest Florida, probably not in Jacksonville. I can have football on 2 televisions tonight. I can simulate the regular season, David. Texans and Steelers are on the NFL Network. And locally here in Southwest Florida, we'll get the Dolphins and Falcons. You won't. We will.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I'll have to pay attention to see if there's any other games besides the Jags preseason games that appear in the 904.
Ravens and Eagles go at it tonight as well. Everything was an under last night. Every favorite covered last night for what it's worth. Miller and Moulton, we're talking about taking the points. Thank goodness my thumb didn't get to work on the Hard Rock app because I didn't make either bet. Therefore, we didn't lose twice.
Whew. Do we bet the White Sox tonight? New manager, Mark. Teams win more often than not. First game, new manager. I mean, come on. The White Sox are only 61 games below 500, Mark. I mean, they're ready to turn the page.
I can't do it. I like it. If I were to ever bet the Chicago White Sox, tonight would be the night.
I just love the fact they have to win out to avoid losing 90.
I want to see him go for the record. We talked about it earlier. The managerial change is obvious, a last grasp at trying to not break the Mets record. Why else would you do it at this point of the season?
I know. I mean, why you didn't do it sooner? I mean, even David Sampson, who said I hated to fire managers, but once it got to about 14, I would have had to have pulled the plug. White Sox waited till they had lost 21 in a row and 22 of 23.
Yeah, he wins the game, and then they gas him.
Poor guy fires him on an off day, too. He flies all the way back from Oakland, gets in and, late at night.
Well, it's better than having to fly commercial home because you got fired after the game, David.
You mean like Gerard Gallant? That's true.
I mean, at least give him the flight home, for crying out loud.
Although I hate getting called in on an off day and being fired. That happened to me one time too. They brought me in the morning. I'm like, my normal shift starts at 2. You couldn't just let me come in, say, hey, show up a half hour early. We're having a meeting, and just fire me at 1:30.
Bosses don't operate that way. They like to fire early.
Yeah, they do.
Here's hoping none of you get fired on a Friday.
I have to admit, I usually get fired on Mondays or Tuesdays, not Fridays. So, for what it's worth, I've been fired a lot too. Miller and Moulton, have a great weekend. We'll talk a lot of football beginning Monday. Hope that's okay. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Sign up for the summit. David Moulton of Miller and Moulton, just wanting to let everyone know our show has changed in that we now own 100% of it. And that means not only do we produce all the content, but we also now have to sell it.
So, no better time to tell all the car dealers, lawyers, jewelers, construction companies, bank managers, insurance agents, or bar restaurant owners that Miller & Moulton is the second highest rated show for men 25-54 and men 35-64 in Lee, Collier, and Charlotte counties, while being the morning show that men listen to the longest.
So you probably should be advertising on Miller & Moulton. And if you'd like to, contact us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or hit up Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton.
No one can give you the pricing or service on Miller & Moulton like Miller & Moulton. To advertise, text 21,000 now.
Or you can hit us up on X. Mark is at that Mark Miller, and I'm at the David Moulton.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
If you're in love and thinking about a diamond, you'll want to hear from my friends Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When purchasing a diamond, you deserve a relaxed, stress-free, and educational experience. You want to have a good time and feel comfortable. You want selection, quality, and value.
At the Diamond District, you'll get it all. With our team of non-commissioned diamond advisors, no one's in a rush. We care only about you and making sure your needs and wishes are fulfilled.
You'll be wowed by our selection of GIA certified diamonds, stunning diamond bracelets, earrings, pre-owned Rolex watches, exotic ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite jewelry. There's something for everyone at the Diamond District, and all at the lowest prices anywhere.
Jason and I love what we do and are in the store nearly every day. We look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Four-Meisters Fantasy Football Summit is back Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock at the all-new Shoeless Joe's inside the Doubletree at the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Dr. Roto is the star, and he'll answer all your fantasy questions to give you his keys to winning your league. So sign up for Dr. Roto dinner and non-alcoholic drinks at millerandmoulton.com. Seating is limited. millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 20th, 7 o'clock, the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Get this promo done. I know you got crap to do. You guys got to travel today now, or?
No. Well, I have 2 doctor's appointments to take each of them on, and I got to do a show.
Oh, that's right.
But could be tomorrow.
All right, I'm ready when you are.
I was thinking that you say the Olympics are over. What are we going to talk about? And I go, football. And then you finish it.
All right.
Okay. Coming up Monday on Miller and Moulton.
The Olympics are over. What the hell are we going to talk about?
Football?
Football. That works. Football. Miller and Moulton, Monday, 6 a.m.
Okay. Thanks. I'll if I hear anything
good
about
luck
anything.
with everything. My best to
Yeah.
Julie.
Here. I will text you. I will text you the Arrakis number.
Oh, great. Thank you.
I'm doing it right now.
Perfect.
Yeah. I think you'll just have to listen to the recording and,
and go to whatever prompt.
Because the only extension I have is not who you'll want to be talking to. So
exactly.
All right.
Thanks.
Good luck. You bet. Take care.